Isaiah chapter 58 and verse 1. Cry aloud, spare not, lift up thy voice like a trumpet, and show my people their transgressions, and the house of Jacob their sins.
Copyright disclaimer. This content does not belong to Bible Chronicles or claim this intellectual property. The content provided today has and always will belong to the content owner. Bible Chronicles does not have any affiliation with the owner of this property. As mentioned, Bible Chronicles did not intend to make use of any material for the purpose of harvesting gain. However, Title 17 of United States copyright law states material in use can only be done when it's for theological or general educational purposes, and thus Bible Chronicles believes that this principal material falls under fair use, which honors protection under Section 107 of the same U.S. copyright law.
Viven huyendo de la envidia como los niños en Siria de la bomba que le manda el Pentágono. Y todo el día, mamá mía, keeping it mood, that's so real. Love was man, I never fear, never, no. La travesía de la vida más que misericordiosa y nuestra prosa siempre falla a favor, no. Tú podrás por mierda traicionar a tu familia, matar tu brazo, sangre que vos sabías, pero yo no. Familia, familia, es el que está a la mínimo. Familia, familia, comparte almas cristalinas. Familia, familia, Rastachaya, familia, 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 Magna White son familia, ya no maniga.
هوتيالي شو من حالي وشو من حالي هلي بالك ربي كبير وربي عالي واللي جاي يديني اليوم وباقي سالي ربي يغفر لي ولا دراري هوتيالي شو من حالي وشو من حالي هلي بالك ربي كبير وربي عالي واللي جاي يديني اليوم وباقي سالي ربي يغفر لي ولا دراري. Un sueño donde no había amor, se perdía el color de una flor, se marchaba lentamente con el sol en el horizonte. Pude hacer algo para calmar mi dolor, y es por eso que le pongo flow, viviendo alto siempre. Burruco bimba, y es que todo por la familia. Burruco bimba, y es por eso vengo a bendecir. Burruco bimba, y es que todo por la familia. Burruco bimba, y es por eso vengo a bendecir.
Familia, familia, es el que está a la mínimo. Familia, familia, comparte almas cristalinas. Familia, familia, Rastachaya, familia, 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 Magna White son familia, ya no maniga.
Magna superslalom, subiendo a nuevo escalón. Metallic in the salon, esquivo like Silvestre Stallone. Esos tics van del palo, pero bitch no rascan balón. Aunque me enrollo nada cáñamo, nunca me paro. Aunque van tras de mí, no se pueden medir. Buscan el elixir, está metalizado. Y es que yo soy así, no van a descubrir sexy flow y skill con este descaro. Si familia necesita de ti, fíjalo. Burruco connection Antarctic Free, dígalo. A mi nativeria de Paris, día yo. Los magnates han llegado, están aquí, víalo. Para soportar el dolor como no imaginas, es la vida en ámbar. Aunque creas que no puedes tú solo con la movida, yo llevaré tus bambas. Familia, familia, fighting the hate and the media. Familia, familia, it's original, man. Familia, familia, fighting the hate and the media. Familia, familia, yo soy un rocket, ellos Aprilia. Con los míos siempre se lo baila. Menea, melena, remueve la vaina. Aunque agarre fuerte el fruto pa' que no se caiga. Son los magna de Boss Final. Con los míos siempre se lo baila. Menea, melena, remueve la vaina. Aunque agarre fuerte el fruto pa' que no se caiga. Son los magna de Boss Final.
Dispara millas sin mirar y sin mirar sin asimilar que es la puta herida de tu vida hurgo. Los manas te la te hacen pa' pillar, piltrafillas, tres no nos pilla y se va con la furgo. Te hará falta una pedicura y una cura, si se apura, quizás llega la locura de mi turbo. Dale vueltas a la partícula, deja ya la mandíbula quieta que sola llega Luxemburgo.
Niño, prepara la compota que la pera pata.
Pero vinimos a mejorarla.
Pa' hablar por mi familia y tengo autoridad.
Saben que no puedo cagarla.
Y poner ritmo y los manos dentro de cuatro patas. ¿Quieres esa vaina para probarla? Soy aquel en el party donde sacata. What the fuck, what the girl, what an alma. Vivimos huyendo de la envidia como los niños en Siria de la bomba que le manda el Pentágono. Y todo el día, mamá mía, keeping it mood, so real, lo es man, never fear, never, no. La travesía de la vida más que misericordiosa y nuestra prosa siempre para abono. Tú podrás por mierda traicionar a tu familia, matar tu brazo sangre si aún sabías, pero yo no. Familia, familia, es el que está a la mínimo. Familia, familia, comparte almas cristalinas. Familia, familia, Rasta Giant familia. Familia, familia, Magna White son familia, ya no maniga.
Bombo cry, sing it, sing it, sing it, sing it, cross the line on them. Warrior, vengo con los míos, Magna get your life, fire them. Bombo cry, sing it, sing it, sing it, sing it, cross the line on them. Warrior, vengo con los manas y saqué your life, fire them. I couldn't stop, shut up on the microphone ballad, and the smoke the marijuana, psycho Buddha bombo clap, and bang in the sweet fire burn the feel away. Rasta man over the Illuminati play the kill.
Shut up on the microphone ballad.
And the smoke the marijuana, psycho Buddha bombo clap, bang bang in the sweet fire burn the feel away. Key Cray is a king, Magnus thing. Nobody no kill them.
In a crazy style. Chale, no fire them. It's a Rasta ganja.
Nobody no kill them.
It's a crispy style. Tally, the fire cream. It's a Rasta ganja.
Familia, Rasta chai is familia.
Key Cray is familiar.
Familia, Pure Nego is familia. Zico, Key Magneto, familia. Familia,
Es el que está a la mínima. Familia, comparte almas cristalinas.
familia, Rasta Giant
Familia, Magna Boy que doblaste manego.
Copyright disclaimer. This content does not belong to Bible Chronicles or claim this intellectual property. The content provided today has and always will belong to the content owner. Bible Chronicles does not have any affiliation with the owner of this property. As mentioned, Bible Chronicles did not intend to make use of any material for the purpose of harvesting gain. However, Title 17 of United States copyright law states material and use can only be done when it's for theological or general educational purposes, and thus Bible Chronicles believes that this principal material falls under fair use, which honors protection under Section 107 of the same U.S. copyright law.
Isaiah chapter 58 and verse 1. Cry aloud, spare not, lift up thy voice like a trumpet, and show my people their transgressions, and the house of Jacob their sins.
strike down upon thee with great vengeance and furious anger those who attempt to poison and destroy my brother. And you will know my name is the Lord when I lay my vengeance upon thee.
Dear God, is that you? You finally came to visit? Good, I got a bone to pick with your religion. Every single one of them creating more division. The Jews, the Catholics, the Muslims, the Christians. Killing in the name of who? Yeah, you. Got Europeans killing the original Jew. Got brown babies dead turning purple and blue. And where the fuck are you? I ain't got no clue.
My child, I stayed beside you when you thought that I left. Knew who you were inside the womb before you took your first breath. I know it might seem like I vanished with no trace of me left. Left footprints in the sand to guide you with every step. So sit down, here's a dose of the truth. See, this whole plan is perfectly designed for you. Always trying to point a finger, should be pointed at you. Even Eve blamed me when she bit from the fruit. Had to give him the boot. Even then I gave guidance, I gave you the knowledge. You used it for violence. The only true currency is life, is priceless. But humans kill each other for these earthly vices.
Okay, just blame us like you usually do. But the Bible says that we just a reflection of you. It even says that the devil was created by who? Tell the truth, you just want us to be slaves to you. Seems like you're egotistic, you're looking with conditions. Religion is the reason for this broken system. How many people died in the name of the Lord? The Spanish came and killed the natives in the name of God. The Vatican think that they above the law. They touch kids with no real consequence at all. But these priests are supposed to be the chosen ones. I load a gun and kill them if they touch my son. I give you love in return, you give me none. Look how you did Jesus Christ, wasn't he your son? Huh?
You can't blame me for the problems of man. I gave you free will, what's so hard to understand? What goes around comes around, that's the law of the land. I gave you food and you turn around and bit my hand. Have you ever stopped and looked at the life you live? Jesus ain't died for me, he died for your sins. It seems you overlook all the things I give. I gave you talent and a wife and a beautiful kid. But no, I'm the bad guy, huh, cause you ain't rich yet. Mad at me, huh, cause you ain't make a hit yet. If you was less focused on getting your dick wet, you would've been ballin' like Dipset. So choose a pill, is it blue or the red? You want the truth or you wanna eat the shit they fed?
Fuck the blue pill, man, I'll take the red instead. I want my third eye open, leave the old me dead. I wanna know where the fuck you been, where did it all begin? When you died, does the film just end? I need to know.
Energy can never die, it can only transfer. Look within yourself, you already got the answer. If you learn from me, the student will become a master. Be weary of temptation, it'll lead to your disaster.
So I am God and God is me. I guess I'm the Messiah, cause my words help the blind to see. It's clear now, I'm the master of my odyssey. Now when I look in the mirror, I see God in me.
Yeah, I'm telling you, avoid the mark of the beast. If your soul becomes collateral, you'll never have peace. Don't sell it, enjoy now, Roma's destined to fall.
AI gonna be the death of you all.
Viene a decirnos con mucha firmeza y gran convencimiento lo mismo que nos decía en el siglo XVIII el barón de Holbach, ¿no? Un filósofo francés de origen alemán. Si nos remontamos al comienzo, entonces hallaremos que la ignorancia y el temor crearon a los dioses. La fantasía, el entusiasmo o el engaño los adornaron o desfiguraron. La debilidad les rinde culto, la credulidad los conserva, la costumbre los respeta y la tiranía los apoya para que la ceguera de los hombres sirva a sus propios intereses.
Testing. 1, 2, 3. Testing. Let me see. Yep, it's working. All right. Okay. Let's see real quick. Buenas noches. Buenos días. Buenas tardes for those that are watching from afar. Let me see who I can't see. For some reason, I can see certain people on one side, and I can't see everybody. I have no idea. What up, brother? You're Rayat. Jeremias, buenos días. You know what I mean by that. Got Dice, and then Warakuya. What's up, brothers? What's going on? Hope you guys are doing good. Let me turn this down real quick. All right. So check this out. I've been hold on. I've been working a week. So I plan to show you guys something very important today. So let's kind of reflect a little bit here. You know, everybody can understand if you've been watching this channel for a while that we had to deal with BHIs, well, Christianity, you know, before all of this occurred, Christianity, right? We didn't know any better. Then BHI. And slowly and surely, this little other worm tried to creep up. Slowly and surely started creeping. And now it's fully here, you know, and I'm talking about wobbles. Now, I had a feeling that they were going to end up using the Bible eventually. And I know that there's brothers that may watch this channel, don't agree with me because you don't believe the Bible. That's fine. But you want to know something? Oh, well, you're going to have to face this. You're finally going to have to face it because you got wobbles throwing shit at you guys and you have no idea what they're talking about. Why? Because of this personal vendetta you have with whatever it might be. So I'm going to show you guys through this book who you are, okay? I'm going to show you guys. Hold on. That goes for everybody in the islands and in the mainland, all mexicas. I'm gonna show you guys some real shit today. All right. So please do me a favor. Please do me a favor. At least take some notes. Because what better way to destroy ignorance and stupidity with something that, I mean, how are they gonna answer this? See, most of these people, they're using pictures, colors, and a bunch of schemes. The same thing they did with the Bible, okay? So instead of me going to Deuteronomy like every BHI camp tends to do, I'm going to go into, how can I say it? Let me see. Hold on. Hey, you know, there's the static, so oh well, but you know what I mean? Just hang in there. All right, so, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to kind of give you guys some point of views, and then I'm going to speak on with conviction more than you probably maybe have heard me in regards to certain things I found out about myself. So you know what? I think with what I found, I can prove that I have some say so in this book and in the history here in this land, because I am here. And our people, okay? And this nothing y'all can do about it. You're just gonna have to swallow this heavy ass pill. But before we do, all courtesy to our brother BTC. And again, you know, when I show videos of other people's channels because I like their videos. I may not agree with them. They may not agree with me. That doesn't mean that we speak for each other. You guys need to understand that. And I don't mean this in regards to VTC or anybody. I call it VTC, you know, Vickstown. I mean this for anybody else that I use material. I'm not saying you agree with me. I just like your shit and I want to use it. So right now, I want to use, I'm going to show you guys something very important. And you guys know my intro here. And quite frankly, I'm very proud of it. I really don't know what it means, to be honest with you. Thanks for the brother that got it for me, man. But you know what? This was not something that is everywhere. So I know that they're maybe listening and watching. So by all means, please stick around, man. This channel may actually be doing some real shit here, okay? Let's go.
Growing up in Jackson Heights, Queens, I learned the same history that they taught kids all over America. That George Washington cut down his cherry tree, that Ben Franklin flew his kite, and Abe was honest. Guess what was missing? Us, the Latino contributions to this country.
People tend to forget that Latinos were here long before the United States existed.
Most of the history we're still taught is from the point of view of the conquistadors who tried to wipe out any trace of advanced indigenous cultures to justify their massive theft of our New World wealth.
The sophistication in the arts and architecture of these massive cities that were bigger than European cities.
They invented life-saving medical practices. They also calculated the movements of the planets, and they wrote it all down in their sacred books.
Descubrimos un túnel que nos conduce hasta el frente del templo de la serpiente emplumada.
¿Pero es peligroso o qué?
Es muy peligroso,
¿Por qué?
pero no puedes tocar las paredes, que es muy venenoso.
It's as epic as any of the great wonders you've learned about in history class.
And this is really important for Latinos to know and for other people to know about Latino roots.
Mexican and Mexican-American people were lynched at rates similar to the rates that black people were lynched.
When we talk about executions, it's not like we have to document them because the Rangers would take pictures.
We were forbidden to speak Spanish, and for every word of Spanish that you spoke, we were hit with a bat.
We were not supposed to have any political rights. The idea of being a peon was you take it, and we didn't take it. We didn't accept it.
You can't have a history book about the United States without considering the histories of all of the Latino communities.
Guy Gabaldon, when he served on Saipan, captured by himself between 1,300 and 1,500 enemy soldiers.
We don't just make contributions to U.S. history. We have changed U.S. history.
The Young Lords, they drafted the first known patient Bill of Rights. And these were kids.
I would have never thought of the Young Lords would have created this, yeah.
We come from women who have done this before us, and we stand and we draw our strength from them.
Sí, se puede. The most important thing I think that we have to do is make people understand that we are one human race. And that way we can stop discrimination and stop domination. Sí se puede.
Awesome.
Thank you.
September 27, 2024 is when this movie's coming out, or series, whatever it may be. I find it interesting, especially now with these wobbleisms, man. And you know, it's they're being used by the Kabbalah, the back movements, the Khazars, and the black boule or black nobility or boule, all of that shit. Y'all cannot run from my fucking thing. I'm going to expose your ass. And at the same time, I'm going to show my gente who the hell they are. And I'm going to see if you can prove that what I'm going to show you, Wobbles, that you can actually share that this is what you have to. If you say you're from originally here, well, I'm going to show you that I know that we have those things still to this day. The big book says those things in there. And I'm not just going to say basic shit. I'm going to go deep. I'm just getting started. Let's go.
To take over a young man by the age of 17, and the name of Cuauhtemoc will stand up, and he will fight fiercely for his people. Hundreds of Cortez's men will die. Cortez will almost nearly be caught in the first battles in Tenochtitlan. He will have to retreat to safety. And this next part becomes so important to understand. Safety in which he finds among those natives he is able to divide and conquer. Those natives he is able to divide and conquer. Those that side with Cortez out of the fear for their own lives. And those that side with Cortez out of the dissatisfaction of their existing government. Be clear on that point. Be clear on that point. Divide and conquer, which affects each and every one of us in this room today. Look at us. Divided over the colors of our skin, hating each other because we have a different color skin, divided over the languages that we speak, sometimes we even ridiculously divided over the clothes that we wear. All of us in this room and in this society, we condemn gangs and gang violence, and we condemn the division of gangs that are divided over colors. But I don't entirely blame you. I don't entirely blame you. For youth learn by example. And what example have we taught them except violence and division? Except violence and division. Everywhere in a society you turn, there is violence and division. And how do you want them to learn anything different? My challenge to all of us in this room is, how can we learn to come together to set an example for the upcoming generations? They're looking for a way out. Are you going to give it to them, or are you going to go along with the division that perpetuates the decline of not only our own people, but of humanity?
Dark son of a sorry to tell you, because he's gotten us into endless wars. Why did the U.S. invade Iraq in 2003? Where did that war come from? You know what? It's quite surprising. That war came from Netanyahu, actually.
If you take out Saddam, I guarantee you that it will have enormous positive reverberations on the region.
Netanyahu had, from 1995 onward, the theory toppling the governments of Iraq, Syria, and Iran. And the guy's nothing if not obsessive. And he's still trying to get us to fight Iran this day, this week. He's a deep, dark son of a sorry to tell you, because he's gotten us into endless wars, and because of the power of all of this in the U.S. politics, he's gotten his way.
When I show you what I'm about to show you, your mind will be blown. You're going to be blindsided. Every single Israeli prime minister has a fake name. Did you know that? I was just talking about Ben Gurion. Do you know what his original name is? It's Grun, G-R-U-E-N. He changed it to make it sound more Jewish and sound more Middle Eastern. Do you know what Netanyahu's real name is? It's not Netanyahu, it's Milkovsky. I swear to God, go and look it up. You'll find Milkovsky. That's his real name. Remember what Israelis are. Israelis are European Jews. They don't come from Palestine, but they want you to make you believe. They want to make believe and make you believe that they come from this area, that they are indigenous to the land, that they're so Jewish, right? Even though they have no connection. So they changed their names. Here's another one. Moshe Sharat. His name is Chertok originally. You've got Levi Eshkol. Eshkol was Shklonik. So he changed it from Shklonik to Eshkol. Then you have Yigal Alon. His original name, Peikovitz. Golda Meir, Israel's first female prime minister. Her real name is not Golda Meir. It's Mabovich. Mabovich. More like mad bitch. We have Yitzhak Rabin, right? His name is not Rabin. It's Rubitsov. Are you seeing the pattern? These are Eastern European names. Not Palestinian, not Jewish, not Middle Eastern. They're Eastern European, okay? They're not Palestinian. They don't come from this region. Yitzhak Shamir. He's a great one. You know, Yitzhak Shamir, he's on the wanted poster because he was wanted by the British police in Palestine for terrorism. But they don't tell you that. So Yitzhak Shamir, his original name is Yezernitsky. Yezernitsky. Shimon Peres, Persky. Netanyahu, I already told you, Malikovsky. I think I said Milkovsky, excuse me. It's Malikovsky. Never, you know, it's the same point. Ehud Barak is Brog. So B-R-O-G. Brog. He changed it to Barak. Ariel Sharon. His original name is Shinerman. Shinerman. He changed it to Sharon. And Yair Lapid, who's you still see him changing posts. His original name is Lampel. So he changed it from Lampel to Lapid. Ain't it lovely? Ain't it lovely? You know, it's like, I know half of you didn't know this. I guarantee half of you at least didn't know this stuff. I guarantee you. Because no matter how much you know about the Zionists, you will always discover new things about them, about how they obfuscate, how they lie, how they cheat their way into taking the land, right? By hook or by crook. They're going to do anything they can. And they think that this is a way to, you know, pull the wool over our eyes and make us think that, you know, they belong to the region or something. Like we can't look at their faces and see, well, you look particularly different to the people that are indigenous to the land. Do you not? I mean, again, you can have all sorts of people in the Levant. You know, you can have gingers and a pale white. It's not about that. But we know that every single Israeli government has always been headed by, and the cabinet has been filled by people who are Ashkenazi. They're not Semites. They don't come from the region. They're Eastern Europeans. They're Jews from Europe. They just don't come from this region. I don't know when they converted or whatever, but the point is that they don't come from the region. And even if they did, like let's say you're a Zionist. Let's say you actually believe, yes, this is the land of the Jews. These people are not Jewish. They are not Jewish in the sense that you think they are. They have adopted a religion from the Middle East That doesn't mean they are the original Hebrews or people that lived there 3,000 years ago. Ironically, if you're looking for the people that lived there 3,000 years ago, guess what? They're still there. They're called Palestinians. Maybe today some of them are Christian, maybe some of them are Muslim, but they are the original people of this land, and you're killing them and butchering them. So what does that make you? Right? Not to mention the fact, this is why we call Arabs and Palestinians Semites, because they're Semites. They come from this region. So, these people are not Semites. The Israelis are not Semites, and they are butchering actual Semites and then calling the real Semites anti-Semitic. I mean, what is that? They're such frauds. They even change their names to make themselves appear more Semitic. That's how fraudulent they are. That's how criminal they are. Shame on them. Malikovsky, what a wanker.
Okay, so here, what we have here now, so you can understand what I'm reading, is just to give you, kind of go in the same vein, okay? So now, this is from a book called The Bible as History. The Bible as a History, okay? Here in this book, it actually talks about Abraham, Lot, and the land of purple. I've showed you guys this book before. Okay, and there was a famine in the land. This is on page 82, I believe. And Abraham went down into Egypt and sojourned there, for the famine was grievous in the land. So we understand about the actual migration from 10 to, right? You guys understand that? If you guys can just kind of take a snapshot of that picture. It's really what I'm trying to show you. Now, on the next page, which is page 83, it's talking about the migration, right, of Abraham's, Isaac, and Jacob's bloodline. So as you can see, it starts in the early Chaldees, and it kind of does a circle, like a moon shape. You can see that, right? Nineveh, Haran, Mesopotamia, Euphrates, and then Jerusalem. Okay, the coming of the patriarchs. All right, so it's from east to west. Okay, so keep that in mind. So now it says the Fertile Crescent. Take a picture of that if you guys want. You'll see what it means. Now, the important part about all this is that in this book, it actually says this. Page 84. Okay, that was page 83. And it says here, since this picture dates about 1900 BC, which was the period of the patriarchs, we may imagine that Abraham and his family look something like this. Like who? Like them. Semitic family at the time of the patriarch. They don't look supposedly Europeanish, and they definitely don't look African. Okay? These are facts. Get out your feelings. And we all know who's very familiar with a donkey. Remember, this isn't our first rodeo. If you believe in the scriptures, then you understand regeneration. It's the same spirit that we move with. No different, family. We're a family gathering type of people. We take care of our children, and we go with where we go. They go where we go, right? Page 85, same concept. See? After they returned from Egypt, Abraham and Lot separated. So now we see here Abraham's family. This is not Abraham's family. Those are Egyptians. He's talking about these people here. Okay? So now, with that being said, let me show you something else.
Dime, Mónica, ya voy a mí. Todo el mundo tendrá derecho. Dime.
Gracias, buenas tardes.
Buenas tardes.
¿Qué relación existe entre el Mashiach y México?
¿Y México? Pues, para empezar, el nombre de México no es México. El nombre de México era Mexica. Y Mexica no es otra cosa que Mesías. Así que hay una energía mesiánica en México. Fíjate, por eso cada vez que voy ahí yo tengo una vibración especial. Los mexicanos sois extraordinarios.
More like Hispanic. So here's an important question. And it is certainly important, once again, if you judge by my YouTube comments box, because everybody seems to want to argue what color Jews were originally. Let's try and figure out that question. What does the historical data suggest? We have no clear-cut answer from biblical texts or archaeological texts, but we do have some scientific data, and we do have some very suggestive data from both biblical texts and archaeological data. Let's start with biblical passages, for example. According to the book of Genesis, the roots of the Jewish people are in southern Iraq, very close to Kuwait. Abraham and his wife Sarah originate from the city of Ur, and that puts us down, right in the Persian Gulf region like that. Later on, several other family members who may already have come from Ur are married in from the region of Padan Aram, which would be in Syria. Now, even if one does not want to take the biblical passages at face value, one has to recognize that when they were circulating in antiquity, if they were way out of whack with people's sensibility, people would say, hey, wait a second, how can it say we come from Ur because we physically look so different than all those Ur people? And we don't have evidence of any of that objection. Secondly, if we assume, and it's not necessarily an assumption we have to make, but if we assume that the people who live there today basically look like the people who lived there in antiquity, then we should be able to get a sense of what did Abraham and Sarah actually look like. So this is what typical Iraqis look like today. And you can see that they tend to have a little bit darker complexion. They tend to lean towards darker hair color, although the child on the right seems to have a little bit lighter hair color. I think they could easily pass for Hispanic in New York City. I think they could easily pass for Hispanic in New York City. Hispanic. I think they could easily pass for Hispanic in New York City. But basically, they look Middle Eastern, as we would typically think of Middle Easterners. And if we look at Syrians, we have the same kind of more or less family of complexion, eye color, hair color. And this is probably based on a reasonable assumption that people back then sort of look like the people today who come from the same place, that this is probably what Abraham and Sarah look like. Now, there are other peoples living there, of course, and Israel in particular is at a crossroads between Africa and Asia and Europe. So there are lots of possible mixings. Let's get to that. But let's look also at some artwork that we have from history as well. Here is a really interesting tomb painting. Like a lot of the wealthier classes in Egypt would decorate their tombs with all kinds of amazing artwork, and because of the way in which it was preserved in the dark, we still have them, and they can be reconstructed with some clearer colors, as you see in the bottom image here. This is from 1900 before the Common Era, which would be, although we don't have a really clear date of when Abraham would have made his way down to the land of Egypt, but it's definitely in this neighborhood. And here you see the Amu, who are Western Asiatics, led by a Hyksos figure, which some scholars even identify with Hebrews, and they are coming into Egypt led by some Egyptian figures. The Egyptian figures on the right, the two of them, you can see seem to be somewhat darker in skin tone, but the Hyksos and the Amu, Western Asiatics, which would come from the land of Canaan, the land of Israel today, they seem to look pretty similar to what we saw of the Syrians and the Iraqi today. Here we have finally a picture where we can say these are definitely Jews. This is a part of the Lachish reliefs that were commissioned by the Assyrian attacker of Israel, who displaced many of the Jews out of the land of Israel to Assyria. This is in the period of time which is associated with the 10 lost tribes. They looked a little bit more like, I don't know, I'm trying to think of a famous Hispanic. They looked a little bit more like Hispanic individual in popular culture. They looked probably a little bit more like Middle Eastern people.
Man, that's fire, bro. That's some fire right there, bro. You know what I mean?
¡Viva México, cabrones!
You can't put it any other way, you know. And I am, and this is why I guess you could say I do these classes, man. You know what I'm saying? Call it an innate feeling, whatever that may be. But I'm gonna show y'all. I'm gonna give you a little bit of science, and then I'm gonna show you a little bit of some shit that I got. Because you know, there's some people that had made fun of it, You know what I mean? There was a time, I don't give a shit now, but I figured let me bring it up again because you know what? This is what it is, man. So if you believe in science, I'll give you a little science. So I'm going to share with y'all on a scientific level who I am according to the science. Now, this is going to go into like actual science regarding haplo, and you'll talk about the origination of human, which they say it's Africa, blah, blah, blah. Okay, if you believe that, that's fine. The Bible says otherwise, but we'll entertain this, and I'll entertain it since you guys asked. So since you're making fun of me, and at the same time, assuming I'm not of the gente, fine, it's okay. But at least I can prove that what I've been showing in the Bible is actually in my DNA. So why do I know what I know? It's because it's in my DNA. You know what I'm saying? That's why. And that's the fucking problem you got with me. That's why. So I'm going to show you today who I am according to science and why I know what I know and how come I am going to talk about it, because this is my cultura too. So let's go back. You don't believe in the Bible, you better stick around, man, because you better start learning some shit.
And the people in the audience, the Out of Africa event has never been debunked. And the people of America via Beringia has never been debunked either. We have genetic and archaeological evidence, right, to connect all of this stuff, okay? So let's go back to the Out of Africa event. People descend, non-Africans descend from the L3 haplogroup, which left out of Africa about 70,000 years ago, okay? The people of America possess a mitochondrial gene that originated in East Asia. There's no way around that shit, all right? Now let's read. The mitochondrial, right, the L mitochondrial haplogroup originated in sub-Saharan Africa approximately 130 to 200,000 years ago. The MNN haplogroups descended from L3 approximately 65 to 70,000 years ago when humans left Africa. Haplogroup M moved into Asia, later giving rise to haplogroup A, B, C, and D. Now, family, Native Americans possess a haplogroup of A, B, C, and D. Tell me how y'all got your haplogroup in America. Where did it start in America? That didn't start in America. Your haplogroup originated in Asia. It was a branch off the M haplogroup. Your mitochondrial gene is what I'm talking about. This is an unbreakable chain, unbreakable line from your mother's mother's mother. I'm not talking about autosomal DNA. I'm talking about mitochondrial lineages that connect you guys back to Eurasia. It is what it is. Okay? The haplogroup M moved into Asia, gave rise to haplogroups A, B, C, D, and G, and F. Right? Now haplogroup N moved into Eurasia, giving rise to haplogroup R, which is the root of haplogroup H. I can't read the rest, but you already know where this is going. Now the bottom line is, like I said, we are all connected. We all have some type of mitochondrial lineage. So don't get mad, get smart, and prove me wrong. Now look, another thing, if I have said anything to upset anybody, I apologize. But I'm standing on my genetic business all day. And if you want to debate this, let's go.
And you know what? I don't disagree or blame him for saying what he's saying, because here's where a lot of our so-called native Indian or American brothers here in the North who have a disagreement with us here, raza, right? They say we're not indigenous. When we have brought up information regarding history that they found about our people here, you said it's not true, it's been debunked, like Las Lunas Stone, right? But yet you sit on science from the white man, the same science that he's talking about, right? Now, this is the science that if you believe 10,000, 90-something thousand years ago, right? You so-called Native Americans up north here, that you're not, you know what I mean? You're not us, because some of y'all believe that shit. Now, I'm talking about the Wobbles right now. But you believe in science, and you're using this science, so that means that, you know, you technically did come from that area, so to speak. Now, you Wobbles, you use the Siberia concept, but then you don't follow through with the science to explain the Siberia theory. So you stop at the Siberia. But then you don't reflect on the fact that you African too, dumbass. You know, so the reason I'm bringing this up is because I had brought up certain things about me, and you know, I was pretty impressed and I guess surprised by it because I did not know any better. I did not know any better. So I did my DNA. And apparently some people say, oh, nah, see, you're showing that you're somebody else. But see, this is when you talk without knowing. And certain people have already shown us that they talk a lot of ass. You know what I mean? Like they talk a lot without knowing or reading or studying, which for me, it does bother me a bit. I don't like lose sleep over it, but you know, one that goes to not to the extreme, but at least like a man should to learn and understand what, you know, what you're going to supposedly disagree with. I'm looking for this link, but I'll skip it. So where am I going with this? I'm going to show you guys something. All right. Some people question and they said certain things about me and shit, and so be it. Fine. I'm going to give you guys a little history on the haplo stuff here. A little history. We're going to start right around, I don't know why my internet's messing up, family. I really don't know why. We'll start right around here, okay? And then we'll stop at around, we'll let it run for 2 minutes. If you don't understand this, I'm trying to make a point. If I'm standing on my ground that I believe in this beautiful book that I have here, and I'm sharing with you who we are according to the Bible, and then, you know, it reflects on my DNA. Well, my DNA says that I technically descend from these people that are in the Bible. So go kick rocks, and I'm gonna stand ground on that shit. You want to push me away? Well, hey, fuck it. I guess I am who I am. Let's go.
Since the late Paleolithic. Our 1BM343, first formed somewhere in northern Iran or southern Central Asia, is believed to have migrated to the Fertile Crescent for herding. It is hypothesized that about 10,500 years ago, they probably domesticated cattle with tribes with YDNAJ2. R1b, a descendant of mammoth hunters who lived in the vast Siberian plains, began hunting other large game, such as bison and auroch, when the mammoth went extinct. Around 10,000 BCE, the game starts to decline as the population grows in the Fertile Crescent. Instead of aggressively hunting wild animals, they began domesticating aurochs, boars, and goats. Analysis of cattle DNA showed that today's living Bos taurus came from a population of only about 80 aurochs. Evidence of domestication of cattle goes back to the pre-pottery Neolithic culture around 8500 BC. The oldest archaeological sites showing signs of livestock breeding are in the Fertile Crescent. The villages of Kayona Tepesi in the southeastern part of Turkey and the town of Jada el Mughara in the northern part of Syria. These two villages are only 200 kilometers away. Pigs and cattle were raised in Kayona Tepesi. This is where pigs were first domesticated. Genetic studies of emmer wheat suggest that it was first domesticated on the slopes of Mount Karacha near Kayonu. Jada el Mughara is also a pre-pottery Neolithic settlement around 9000 BC. The people who lived here mainly hunted gazelles but also killed aurochs and equids. R1B1P25 may have raised cattle with people of paternal line J2 somewhere between these two regions. Perhaps this is where the R1B lineage settled before the expansion, the original homeland of the R1B.
Okay, so this is the original homeland after, you know, several branches away from the development of the it's haplogroup, right? So again, I'm very limited in my knowledge on this, but enough just to kind of understand, you know what I mean? I'm not saying I'm an expert, but I know enough about this. So here it says R1B, primarily in this region here, okay? Primarily in this region here. Now, the original homeland, all right? So now you see this right here, and I'm gonna show you guys some pictures. Because again, I'm gonna stand firm on this shit. You know, you wanna make jokes, fine. I'm gonna sit on. I'm gonna stand on it now, man. Since you say what you want to say. So let's go. If you think about this place here, this is basically the whole story of the book, and it's you know, and for lack of better words, This is it right here. Not this right here. Right there, that area. Okay. You see this right here? It's the same curvature as the video. The same curvature as the video. Okay. I'm not making shit up. And if you look back at, let me see a nice picture. Let me get a good picture. This one right here. Bam. See, this is Arabia, Mesopotamia, Chaldea. The curvature, as you can see, right? The R1b originates in this region. So now, this R1b concept does branch out as well. R1b that goes to the western part, R1b that goes in Central Africa, and then R1b that is scattered among these regions. Okay? Now, me personally did my DNA test as well. And if I would have said, yes, you know, my R1b, whatever, is in certain areas in Europe, you're right. You probably be right to say what you say. But that's not what happened. That's not what it occurred. Okay, family? And I didn't make this shit up. All right? I didn't make this up. I didn't do this and then all of a sudden, you know what I mean? I was like, oh my God, I'm in the Bible. No. I didn't believe this stuff before. I believed in God, but that was as far as it went. So here's from CRI Genetics, my so-called DNA. It says here that I'm predominantly 64% Mexican. Now, the most recent analysis, okay? 91% of the Americas. You see sprinkles of all these little things here. One over here, here. And you can tell by this right there. The highest is what? The most recent, 4%. Something, South Asia, Sri Lanka, or Sri Lanka, Tamil, almost 3%. All right. That's the most recent. Now, it says here that it could be from related countries of origin, maybe here. But now it says Spain, which is awkward because there's only one, and that's very low percentage. Anyways, you know what I mean? So whatever. It's all good. And it's not even in Spain. Now, here you go into more detail into what the so-called Mexica or Mexicans are related to. Now, if you go to, here, let me change this here. If you go to what's called advanced analysis, now this company, what they do here, hold on, is that they provide you with an advanced analysis, not just recent, but since like in 1,000 years back. So it says here that predominantly, I'm 92% of the Americas, okay? 77% Peruvian. This is the analysis of advanced, long-term. 4%, 1% of all these things, less than 1% of all these, less than 1% of all these, and like no African in me whatsoever. And if I was it, I still would love it, but I'm not. So anyways, now check this out. Regardless of whether I'm 92, 87, 85, this is what I'm trying to point out. Aymara and Quechua, okay? Aymara and Quechua. Aymara and Quechua. Pay attention. Now, you're saying, okay, well, what does that mean? All right, so what I'm going to do is I'm now going to bring you back or put you back into what I call, or what they call a ancestry going back 1,000 years. So it says here that my bloodline is going back 1,000 years in the Americas, okay? That's one thing I want to make sure. That ain't con with the bad Spaniards before you go off and say some dumb shit like that. So let me hurry up. Peruvian, Mexican. Peruvian, Mexican. There's some Southern Chinese in there. Whatever it is, I'm going to follow through with it. Peruvian, Mexican, or Peruvian. Then he comes back in. Okay, let's continue. Peruvian, Mexican, Peruvian, Mexican. Now you see the years. 1745 AD, right? Let's go all the way back. We go all the way to the end, and I'm Peruvian, Mexican. So as far as the last 1,000 years, because that's what they, have you looked this information up, they can go as far as 1,000 years back. That's the most. Okay? Now, let me explain something to you here. Where are you? Let me see. Where is it? Did they take it off? Nah, they couldn't have done that. Okay, this is kind of weird, family, to be honest. I was on this yesterday, and for some reason it's missing the paternal. Here, let me help it out real quick. I'm gonna help it out real quick, because at that time when I was doing that video, it was not working. Okay, so for some reason, I have no idea why. To be honest with you, I have no idea why. So I ended up giving you guys some pictures. Now we're going back to some information right now, so you guys can understand. Because again, it's I find it very interesting and ironic that that it would actually pinpoint me in that direction. Okay, so here's what I wanted to show you. You're gonna see in the video that I actually. Give me a second here. Hold on a second. Okay, hold on, family. You're gonna see in the video that I'm gonna bring you back to pictures, but this is basically what I wanted to show you. Okay, so here is the actual haplo, which Chris was right. You're right, brother. And we can talk about that another time, bro. I'm not gonna get you hard on that shit because we're all learning too. But I got proof on the fact that they saying the whole world, because you would have to break down a lot of stuff, and everybody asked, they cannot tell me. Anyways, so haplo, you're right. It comes from the father. So if it's the father's seed, you know what I mean? And science says it's of the dad. So let's find out where I'm at. You guys say I'm not a Hebrew. I went to the Bible, proved it. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah. Check it out. Just check it out real quick. So as you can see, it's moving, and then it pinpoints me there. All right. So now the map that I showed you from the patriarch has the same curvature from Ur the Chaldees, where it says Kuwait, all the way to Mosul, down to Syria. So my DNA shows that I have the same curvature, the same lineage of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Okay, the same migration. Now, is it 100%? I don't know. And did I start believing because of this? No, hell no. I knew I was woken about 8 years ago. And then I did this DNA about a year and a half ago now. So this is what I call icing on the cake. I always wondered why the Bible was so, I can't say easy to understand, why I looked at it a certain way. Since I was little, my mom would always tell me. That's why she would always take me to her church, because they liked to hear what I had to say about the Bible, even as a little kid. I'm no special, man. I'm no better than y'all. I'm not saying that. You know what I mean? Not at all. I like I said it before, I don't deserve this space. I don't deserve to know this much, because I was a piece of shit. But this is me. Right here. Let's continue. And that's weird. But it's all good. Let me show you guys some pictures here. Okay. And again, I'm just trying to make a case in point, and then we're going to move on. Okay, well, check this out, bro. That's a good question. So then again, we have to, then you have to understand what you're going to sit on. That's the question, Chris. You said, what about the indigenous bodies they found carbon dated and say they were here before the Ice Age? Okay, so are you believing in science? That's the question. So if you're going to sit on science, then you have to embrace science. And science is full of theories. That's one scientist that says that. You got other scientists that say the migration. Science is theoretical. It's not concrete. It's not 100%. So that's what I'm talking about, brother. You got to understand what you really want to believe in, because that's really what it is. Nobody can convince you. You have to be your own, in a sense, persuader. You got to persuade your own self. You know what I'm saying? So if you're going to sit on science, then stick to it. And that's just, then everybody can argue about who was here, who was there. Then it makes no sense. Now, if you're going to stick on the Bible, well, then guess what? Those that know the scriptures can prove darn well who they are according to the Bible. So unlike other nations that claim to be the people of the book and they only go to Deuteronomy 28, guess what, bro? That shit is so easy for us. Like, oh, yeah, that happens all the time to us, that we needed to go outside of the Deuteronomy 28. So in this class, I'm going to show you that we're all over the book, and it has nothing to do with curses. Clothing, food, music, folklore. Pay attention. You may actually learn something. And I know that maybe you have other brothers like Marvelous that want to teach the old world. They can't prove a darn thing. I'd love to go to his channel and prove to me that, okay, where's Rome? Where's Greece? Who were the Babylonians? The Assyrians here in America. If they can show me historically and with the Bible that it makes sense, I'll believe it. But until then, they can't prove a damn thing, bro. That's just a fact. That's just a fact. And again, this concept of like science that I'm showing you, it's not necessarily, oh, you got to believe it. No, bro, I'm just giving you like the icing on the cake. You know what I'm saying? Just like, hey, check it out. That's where Abraham was sojourning. Well, pretty cool. I'll take it. Why not? Let's go. Okay. Let me select 1, 2. I really don't need to explain, but I'm going to stand on this shit now since I want to joke around and shit. So, anyways. Case Wobbles want to question me too. I don't know why it's not showing the maternal. I have no idea. But anyways. So here it shows up for me, right? It goes right here. For some reason, it's not showing my stuff. So I am R1B through my father's side, okay? Now, if you see here, it kind of takes the same pattern, so to speak. It spins around kind of like a boomerang R and an R1B right here, okay? Now, what does that mean? That means that it's literally putting me right there in that same spot, right there, right there, right there. So why is this? This is not to show off. You want to know my DNA? Well, this is who I am, okay? Now, since this is what science says to me, you want me to deny it? I mean, in that case, then I shouldn't believe in science at all, because if I commit a crime or I don't, and somebody accuses me of it, I'm going to use science to prove them wrong. Now, remember I shared with y'all some pictures regarding the name of Aymara? Okay. Well, why is that important? Let me go back here real quick. Because of this. Some books that I have here. This is from, and I don't remember this family. I'm going to go fast on this because I don't have the actual memory of the book. It may be the ones that I'm going to show you, but I don't remember. It says here, Huiracocha, de los reinos del Eufrates y el Tigris han venido a América en época remota los quechuas y aymares, okay? Now that's what the so-called DNA says that I am from. And it shows the R1B of where that region originates, like where they majorly populated. Now it says here that they come from that region, Euphrates, the same area that we just looked at in regards to, the map, the video. Then it says, pobladores principales de Tehuantincillo. Esta rotunda afirmación descansa en un hecho científico. Los idiomas quechuas y aymara provienen del sumero y del asirio. Okay, so it says that my tribe, my bloodline, my DNA comes from that region based on the way that they speak. And I'm just noticing the DNA concept and where they say R1B is from, and I'm showing you where I'm from, where it says I'm from. And why do I know these things in the Bible? I'm not no agent. Okay, I wasn't no scholar. I didn't go to college. Just one day, the Most High said, boom, that's it, done, wake up. That was it. That was it. If you believe in the Bible, then you should know what I'm talking about. Then it says, patentizado el estrecho parentesco de ambos grupos lingüísticos, el asiático y el americano. Un reguero de luz ha disipado las obscuridades brumas del pasado. So it says here, la unidad de expresión del pensamiento conservada después de tantos siglos como han transcurrido desde que los hombres de la Mesopotamia inmigraron a América, ¿sí? No ha podido ser por su naturaleza un hecho aislado. Ha debido traer consigo identidades y semejanzas en la creencia y costumbres, en los conocimientos y artes de esos pueblos. capaces por sí solas de revelar su común origen. Por más que hoy los contemplemos separados por la inmensa cuenca del Pacífico, sin saber aún cuándo ni cómo pasaron de un continente de oro. Okay, so now we have an idea of Aymara, right? It goes right here. A las lenguas quechua y aymaras proceden del hebreo y del caldeo, same region where that comes from, all right? And it's just, I'm just throwing you real quickly that tribe, quechua or aymara. It says it again right here. And if you guys really want these books, just hit me up later. I'll get them. Trust me, I'm just going kind of fast. La misma pista sigue en un tal Rudolf Falk que en su opúsculo. I think that's Latin. Las lenguas índanas o andinas, en su relación con el grupo lingüístico semita, hace comparación entre el aymara y quechua y el hebreo, de las cuales lenguas son y relativamente sorprendentes. So una vez más, So once again, dice aquí, aymara, el día hebreo, or la luz, quichua, pakar, la mañana, hebreo, boker, la mañana. I guess the words, what they mean. En aymara, uro equals el día. Hebreo, or, la luz. Quechua, pakar equals la mañana. En hebreo, boker, la mañana. You see that? So that's very, is that, what is it? Oh, shit. Oh, man. Oh, my God. What's the damn name of that tribe? Oh, shit. I'll remember. It's a Caribbean tribe, bro. I can't remember the name, man. Here's another one. It says here, el doctor Pablo Patrón dice también que las razas quechua y aymara han fundado una civilización en las yunares del Eufretes. Entonces, todos estos rastros prueban que los indios ni son oriundos del Perú, como sostienen muchas personas, llegando a asegurar que han brotado de la tierra, como los hongos, like the natives here. Like, oh, we've been here 50,000 years already. Like, bro, what are you, like, just fucking herbs that just came out of the ground? No, come on, bro. You came from somewhere. And if you want to use the scientific or Latin concept of where you came from, well, then you're going to have to embrace the Siberian shit that the Wobbles use. But then the Wobbles need to all shut the hell up, because if they're going to embrace the Siberian shit, then that's going to mean that they're Africans. You get what I'm saying? You're toast. It says, más aceptable sería la procedencia israelita de los indios. All right, so again, this is just an idea of the word, but we're going to continue. So you're wondering why I say what I say, or what I do, or why I eat, or whatever. Hey, man, well, you know, it's in my DNA, bro. That's why I know what I know. This is from another book here, just to make it real quick. It's a really nice one. It's called, let's see, El Pueblo Hebreo, por Julia Rosas Delany, okay? Let me just go to page 14. Dice aquí. Ni el Cusco, la brillante corte de los incas, se escapa de estas filiaciones filológicas. Yo he presumido que trajo su origen de la antigua ciudad de Osca, de Aragón, o de Andalucía, y así como Osca se llama luego Huesca o Huesca, mudando la O en U y se añadió la G. Así en el Cusco se añadió al principio la C, y los indios hablaban con perfección y le llamaban Cosco. All right? So it says here. Pero sí estas filiaciones son ingeniosas. No lo son menos las que corresponden a las lenguas quechua y aymara, que proceden del hebreo y del caldeo. ¿Ok? Así resulta al menos en muchos vocablos que tienen idénticas. So in their pronunciation of words, for example, los vocablos México, Perú, cacique, sinato, canoa, macana, ana o raca vienen de los hebreos. Un ejemplo, masi, para. So for example, instead of México is masi. Instead of Perú is para. Instead of cacique is acautín. Instead of sinato, it's sinail. Instead of canoa, it's canon. Instead of macana, it's maca. Instead of ana, is ana. And instead of raka, it's raka or ruach maybe, or raka, right? Now, check this out. Hey, Tupac, Shakur, anyways, I'm not going to say that because, you died. But I was never your name. Stop lying, man. My mama told me I was Indian. Shut up. Tupac viene de Topa o Tobi, familia de Israel. Y a los lectores que observen que uno es Tupac y el otro Tobi, contesta el autor que mudarse la O en U fue muy fácil. We can see some real things. Here, even in this book here, right? Es claro que mediante él no sería imposible hallar profundas analogías entre las lenguas y aún los dialectos del Nuevo Mundo con los de todas las naciones sin aceptar los pueblos bárbaros de África. If you guys looked like Africans and you were here, then they wouldn't have said that shit. So let's begin. Now, brothers and sisters, I know you guys understand this, man, and you probably think this is a joke, but let's begin, man. So we're going to go to, excuse me, I'm going to talk about some franjas, fringes. So you guys know where to find this one. Pretty simple. It's not a difficult thing to do. All right, let's go to number 15 real quick, in case you guys don't know. Check this out. Now, Babos, how come you don't express this? Just once the BHI told y'all and shit. But we had it in our custom for a long time. Here in Numbers says, and I won't read too much, just for the sake of time. It talks to the children of Israel, and the Most High bids them to wear fringes upon the borders of their garments. Okay? Fringes on the borders of their garments. So keep that in mind about the fringes on the borders of their garments. We understand that here in Mexico, or at least in the Centrals, we have fringes, or at least we have something called rebozos, like a traditional Mexican garment. Now, what is a rebozo? Here, I'll give you guys an example of what a rebozo is. And again, we're going to go into, you guys say you Wabos say you're the original, and now you say you're Hebrews too. Okay. Let's see if you show this. Rebozo mexicano. Okay. Rebozo mexicano. You see this, family? Rebozo mexicano. With fringes. With fringes. Now that is in our clothing. Okay? Also, or even these right here. Check this out. Huipeles, sorry. These right here. Boom. Look at that. Now, some of them have more fringe than others. Typically, they traditionally don't anymore. But I'm sure, and I'm very sure, that after some time, they stopped putting them there. But you could see the fringe and the garments and the colors going across at the border of the garment. The Bible said, put a ribbon of blue on top of it. It definitely told you also to put fringes on your clothing. I don't know why it took me there. You see the fringes. Huapilis. Okay, now, again, we're going to go through some of these things to see if you in here too. This is a Latino America clothing. Look, I've never, ever have seen like people like that, and like all of that stuff and shit. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean, bro? So that's Huapiles. Again, family, it's not difficult. I think we understand that part. Now, one thing that I want to show you. Let's move on. And I'm going to come back to it too. So we have something called cilantro. Now, Wobbles, I know you just don't know this. You just don't know this. So look, here's the most beautiful part. So cilantro happens to be coriander seed. Okay? Now, you're probably wondering, like, well, what does that mean? What does that do? Well, we are very familiar with cilantro and coriander seed. Okay? We are. I don't know about you Wobbles. Now, you're saying that you guys are the people of here. Are you saying that we stole this shit from you too? Give me a break. Give me a break. Exodus 16:31. It says here, and the house of Israel called the name thereof manna. It was like the coriander seed. Oof. White. And the taste of it was like wafers made with honey. So as you can see, the coriander seed, if you let it grow, it is a plant like cilantro. Okay? It's here clearly that manna looked like coriander seed. And it tasted like wafers, kind of like tortilla in a sense. Now, I've seen tortillas, in case you don't know. Check this out. Tortillas de cilantro. See that right there? Tortillas con cilantro. Right? Now, the Bible says that coriander, I mean, it's in there. Bitter herbs and spices. Coriander is a bitter herb, in case you don't know. In case you don't know. So now let's go to another verse. Because manna here is described as like a small coriander seed. And it says being pale yellow like, right? So obviously when you see the people getting together, they would ground it together into a flour. And then they would do what? Boil it maybe and make tortillas. Or like say they would bake with olive oil as well. Now we know that coriander, as we've seen, comes from it's cilantro. Now, my understanding, and thank you, brother, for helping me for this knowledge. Thank you, brother. You know who I'm talking to. Comes from the Coriandrum sativum plant. Okay? Now, this plant is a very, very popular plant amongst our gente, among our people. You telling me we stole this shit from you too, Wabo? And somehow, some way it's in the Bible. So we're going to steal it from you so then we can claim that we're the Hebrews at the end? Shut your ass up. The manna, Numbers 11 and 7. The manna was a coriander seed. The color thereof was a color of bdellium. And the people went about and gathered it and ground it in mills and beat it in a mortar and baked it in pans and made cakes of it. Now, in case you guys don't know, our people have not stopped using mills, mortars, or baked or being, made on pans, right? Now, in case you don't know what one of these mortars are, it's like here, I'll show you. Concordance. Let me see the mortar here. A mortar, right? Or a mill. A mill is a millstone, a pulverizer, so to speak, right? So let's see if I can get it in Spanish. Spanish 8. Números 11:8, el pueblo iba y lo recogía y lo molía entre dos piedras de molino, o lo machaba en el mortero, o lo hervía en el caldero y hacía tortas con él. In case you guys never had any tortas, bro, like, you know what I mean? Gorditas, güey. Y tiene el sabor de tortas cocinadas en aceite. En aceite. Okay? Now, in case you guys don't know, let me show you guys something. What is a millstone? Millstone. All right. A millstone is this right here. It's like a grinder. You know what I mean? 2 rocks, right? The old traditional way. You see that millstone with the hand, right? You spin it around. Okay? Like that. You put the stuff in the middle and then you just spin it around. You know what I mean? You spin it around, right? Okay. Well, think about this for a second. Watch this. Metate. Boom. What is the metate right there? It's the same concept. You see that right there? It's the same concept. Now, this one happens to be flat. This one happens to be round. The concept is 2 rocks, 2 stones put together and ground, right? This is how you make the dough. This is how they broke down and maybe ate manna. The seed would fall. They would pick it up, chop, ground it, and make stuff out of it. Coriander seed, Cilantro is really good, family, in case y'all don't know. It's very, very good. Now, think about this for a moment. How in the world, Wobbles, how in the world could we steal this shit from you too? Make it make sense. Now, I know I'm hurting some people's feelings. You know what I mean? And I know, and by the way, whoever, if you guys are typing in, bro, don't worry about it, man. Oh, don't worry about it. You guys are good. Go ahead and I'll read it right now. Give me a second. I just want to get to this. What? Quiet, dude. Come on, bro. What's going on with this thing here? It's not letting me function. Let's see here. Hold on a second. It's funny. Okay, here it goes. So if you're saying we also, you know, like we stole everything from you. We stole your food, we stole your clothing, we stole your language, you know what I'm saying? I guess, you know what I mean? I guess we stole this shit too. So I'm going to show you guys this way. It's a very nice book. The Aztec Man in the Tribe. Okay, it's a short book. I have the hard copy, but it's been ripping on me. So I was forced to use this here. But I just want to show you an example. And again, what better way to show people who you are than by showing who you are? You see this? Metate, right? Right? The Aztec kitchen. At the left, the woman grinds the corn. At the right, a woman shapes the corn cake. Tlaxcalli. In the center is comal or metate, on which corn cakes are baked. But that's not all. Now, check this out. Egyptians making bread from a mural at Thebes and dated 1900 BC, I'm sorry. The meal is ground in a stone mortar, and the unleavened bread, which is corn, is baked on a flat oven. The baked bread is illustrated in 2 circles. Now, why is it saying that? Why is that in this book? Because of this. The same thing. You see the mortar? You see hanging on? You see this matete right here? You see this comal right there? The Aztec girl being instructed by her mother in the art of making corn cakes. She grinds on a stone mortar. The circle in front represents the baking device. On the wall are the baked cakes from the Codex Mendoza. Isaiah chapter... Oh, sorry, my bad. You know what I'm saying? What's up? That's what it is, bro. Casquille, bro. Damn it. I should have looked in there. My bad, dude. My bad, bro. That's what it should have been. That's what it should have been. My bad, dude. My bad. The Assyrian belief also shows them wearing bolsters and feathers. Yep. I think I have it, man. I think I have it. The Maggie's 2 pyramids Polaroids is similar to the Caribbean Arwagua. Ooh, I want to see that picture, bro. What book is that? Hugo, you know what? Those pictures that I have, I was kind of on the fly. If you really want that info, you see the email on the bottom. Email me, and I will dig the names for you, bro. Promise you. Go to pass on the cheese. Give me the... Gotta pass on the cheese, All right, so then we get to see Kumal or now you're probably wondering, like, well, is that in the Bible? Yeah, it is in the Bible, dog. It's in the Bible, dog. You gotta have fun with this, bro, because if it's yours, you gotta have fun with it. Leviticus 6:21. Check this out. Check it. In a pan it shall be made with oil, and when it is baked, thou shalt bring in it, right? And the bacon piece of the meat offering shall offer in a sweet savior. So now, if you look at it in let's see this translation here, because I have it in a different one. Let's see, it is be mixed with oil. Let's see, 6:21. Let me see. Yeah, it is to be mixed with oil and cooked in a griddle, and then crumbled and presented in and pleasing to the Lord. I'm sorry, I was looking at something else too. Here it goes right here again, cooked on a griddle. Leviticus 7 and 9. I think that's 2 right here. Leviticus 7 and 8. The skin of an animal offered as a burnt offering belongs to the priest who offers a sacrifice. Every grain offering that has been baked in an oven or prepared in a pan or in a griddle. Belongs to the priest. So what's the griddle? What's a griddle? Let's see what a griddle is. Griddle in the Bible. What does a griddle look like? That right there. See? Un comal. Just like that. Un comal, ladies. It's not complicated. It's not complicated at all. As a matter of fact, it's not complicated at all. And why do you think when you go to Hosea 7 and 8, it says, the Lord says, the people of Israel are like a half-baked loaf of bread. What? Am I looking at that one? Ephraim is a neutered bread and a griddle. Oh, it's translated different. Ah. Hey, let me show you this real quick. Check this out. And I'm glad that, hold on. Let me take the picture of that right there. Hold on. Espérate, vato. My bad, fam. Check this out. Okay, so we're talking about foods, right? This is why I say it's important to understand your book. Your book is beautiful once you understand it. And it's not like it's new to you. As long as you continue the process of repenting, the Most High will strengthen that memory. Now, Numbers 11 and 8. And the people went about and gathered it and ground it in mills and beat it in a mortar and baked it in pans and made cakes of it. And the taste of it was as the taste of fresh oil. Now, there is a scripture that I'm looking for, and it talks about making the cakes. Now, in case you guys don't know this, in the islands, I don't know if it's all over the islands, but I know in Puerto Rico, not Porto, Puerto Rico, they call them pasteles. And what are pasteles? Tamales. I'll show you. Check this out. It says here, el libro de Números, capítulo 11, versículo 8. Derramábese el pueblo y recogían y molían en molinos o majaban en morteros y lo cocían en caldera o hacían de él tortas. They call them tortas here. Verse 8. And they call them tortas again. Let me see here. Let me go here real quick. Tenían tortas one more time. Give me a second. Tortas one more time. Hacían panes con él. You see this? Hacían panes. Now, we guys know what panes are, like bolillos, like shaped like a tamal. Anyways, let me continue. Let me look for the verse because I actually think it's important. All right, so give me a second real quick. I see. Que chistoso. Yeah, caked in the earth. Yeah, interesting. All right, so now let's move on. Oh, hold on a second. Griddle from the Middle East. The griddle from the Middle East. Oh, shoot. Man, come on. Damn, bro. Y'all getting cut. Too bad. Bro, that's like TJ shit right there. You know what I'm saying? It's heavy duty. Now, you guys wonder about carne asada? It's in the Bible too. What are you saying, Wobbles? You guys saying we stole that shit from you too? Are we that good, man? Are we that good? Exodus 12 and 8. It says, and they shall eat the flesh the same night, roast with fire and unleavened bread. With sour herbs, they shall eat it. Or if you want to do it this way. And they shall eat the flesh at night, roast with fire and unleavened bread and bitter herbs, they shall eat it. So you get roast like fire, and you roast carne asada, and then you know what I mean? You eat it with unleavened bread, meaning like a flat bread, like a tortilla, and then you put some, pico de gallo. You know what I'm saying? It's not complicated. And in case you guys don't understand what unleavened means, here, I'll help you. Unleavened is what? Let me see if I can do it here. I'll show you something. Because we don't lie in this channel, and we prove everything. Facts tell, stories sell, man. Come on, bro. Why you computed with it? So let's go to Exodus. Exodus 12. All right. We're gonna look at some concordance real quick, bro. Let's educate ourselves real quick here. So we got unleavened bread, right? Unleavened. Let's go to concordance H4682. What does it say?
Strong's H4682. Matzah. Matzah.
Say that again, man. Say that again, my brother. Say that again. Say it out loud. Say it loud for the people in the back.
Strong's H4682. Matzah. Matzah.
Masa. Cakes. Like how they say it in Puerto Rico and the islands, they call them pasteles. Unleavened bread. In case you didn't know that. Okay. Check this out real quick. Let me show you a picture of, give me a second right here. Boom. So we have the concept of corn, the origins of agriculture. When hunter-gatherers abandoned their nomadic life. Now, the R1Bs were considered hunter-gatherers too. And here we see the corn is a big deal. And you know what's also interesting, family? The turkey. The turkey. Oh, that's going to be a good one too. Oh, and you know what else is in the Bible? Cactus is in the Bible. Oh, you can't mess with me, bro. Y'all, you guys have no idea what the hell you woke up. Y'all done pissed me off. Listen, just the way I've been decimating BHI, I'm gonna decimate Wobbles. I'm gonna take your spirit and make sure you shove that shit down your own throat. Forever fucking with our culture. Forever thinking this was your shit. Excuse my language, by the way. 2 Samuel 17:28, it says, brought beds and basins and earthen vessels and wheat and barley and flour and parched corn and beans and lentils. Beans. When in the world, or are you trying to say we stole that from you too? Is that the case? Is that the bottom line now? Is that what we're going to come to? So far, I've given you guys, I don't know, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 things in the Bible so far representing who you are. Okay? We got beans here now. Now let's move on to something else too. I know this is probably going to catch you guys off guard, but check this out right here. Genesis 11:5 says that we remember the fish we did eat in Egypt, for not the cucumber, the pepins, meaning the pepinos. Or the pepinos is cucumber. Let me see. Hold on a second. Let me read it this way. We remember the fish which we did eat in Egypt freely, the cucumber, the melons, the leeks. That's like the end of the onion. As for the green color, the onions and the garlic. Oh shit. Oh shit. Okay, so now, in case you guys don't know, this is ceviche right here. And you're like, nah, there's no way. Yeah, yes way. Yes way. So it says, we remember the fish, right? We ate freely. This is fish right here, okay? We remember the cucumber. This is pepinos right here, okay? We remember the melons. This is melones right here, okay? We remember the leeks. Well, in this case, we might have made some adjustments because we're now using cilantro. Partially looks the same, or leeks gives you that herb taste. And then it says, and the onions and the garlic. So some people use garlic on ceviche and some people don't. I personally do. Ceviche de melón. So once again, we remember the fish. We did it freely in Egypt. The cucumbers, the melons, and the leeks, and the onions, and the garlic. Another beautiful thing that the Most High has done for us is the concept of, let's move on now, because I'm just kind of, hitting points. I'm hitting points. The concept of harvesting. In case you guys don't know, harnessing the power of indigenous knowledge in the regenerative agriculture. Harnessing the power of indigenous knowledge in the regenerative agriculture. I'll read a little bit. It says here that the understanding and essence of indigenous wisdom, the embracing holistic ecosystem management, right? The building traditional practice of modern regenerative agriculture. You see this right here. This was something our people knew what to do, how to do. Because we understood that based on we understood it. We were taught these things, and it's also in the Bible. You see, there is a system and a process of how you grow. Like, for example, here, at the heart of the indigenous knowledge system lies a profound understanding of the interdependence of all living entities and the importance of nurturing the importance of nurturing a harmonious relationship with nature. Indigenous practices such as, agroforestry, intercropping, and rotational farming naturally embody the principles of regenerative agriculture. These methods showcase an intrinsic respect for the natural world, honed through millennia of careful observation and adaptation of the environment. Now, you guys are like, well, okay, I'm going to show you. Thank you, bro, again, for these verses. Let's go to Exodus chapter 23. It says 10 and 11. It says the laws about the Sabbath and festivals. The 6th year thou shalt sow thy land and gather in the fruits thereof. But in the 7th year thou shalt let it rest and lie still. This is where you go, the concept of rotational forestry. So you let one section of the earth rest for that whole entire year. On the 7th year, and you grow somewhere else. This is already pre-planned, right? So you don't actually go empty 1 year. You're already planning the other land for that year, for that vineyard, because again, we have a method of harvesting. In case you guys don't believe it, you need to study your people. Do you guys understand that? I know it's probably, it is legal, but Semilla was created by raza. The actual bud, not just because they said it in movies and shit. This was real stuff. Anyways, let's continue. Leviticus 25 and 3, it says this right here. The 6th year thou shalt sow thy field, and the 6th year thou shalt prune thy vineyards and gather in the fruit thereof. And it talks about in the article regarding vineyards too. But in the 7th year thou shalt its year shall be a Sabbath of rest unto the land, a Sabbath for the Lord. Thou shalt neither sow thy field nor prune thy vineyard. We understood these things. We understood these things. We know that during these years of rest, that produce, right, was also to be shared with the poor, the servants, strangers, hired men, livestock, all kinds of things. We were given these instructions from the beginning, family. That's why when you read Leviticus 19, 23, and 24, it even tells you that in the first 3 years of letting the tree grow, you're not even supposed to eat the fruit. You don't even pluck it. You let it fall on its own. You trim it when needed, but you don't do anything. It's uncircumcised. On the 4th year, you offer to the Lord as a thank you. On the 5th year is when you technically offer to yourself and to the Most High. You enjoy the 6th year as well, and on the 7th at rest. You see what I'm saying? That's why it is important to gather everything on the 6th day, which is like a micro concept of the 7th day rest. The same concept with the earth. Why do you think the Most High sees, or at least has always explained, that we are like trees? We are like trees. let's continue. Let's go to another topic. Now, I know that you guys probably don't know this, and there's a lot of pushback. I've seen it before with the whole Las Luna stone. You know what I'm saying? And I never really put too much emphasis on it. This one right here. Give me a second. Right here. Like they scraped the top off now, right? Most people don't give a shit about it. They don't believe it. Especially natives here that they don't believe in the Bible. They hate the Bible, right? Especially them. No, that's not right. It's been debunked. Yeah, sure. Okay, so you believe you've been here for thousands of years. You were a bug, but you're not a Siberian. That's not what you are. Right? Yeah. So both of you guys are playing this stupid game. None of you guys are really being honest with yourselves. That's the problem with y'all. Because you don't know where to turn. You trust the white man too much that your science doesn't give you the answers. So let me give you a little bit of the answer. It was prophetic. Woe to the Chaldeans, because they were going to be building on our land. Take these nations, take the spoils, and all the remnant shall be left, right? Because thou, Habakkuk 2:8, because thou hast spoiled many nations, all the remnant of the people shall spoil thee, because of the men's blood, and for the violence of the land of the city, and all that dwell therein. Woe to him that coveteth an evil covetousness to his house, that he may set his nest on high, that he may be delivered from the powers of evil. This is why the 13 colonies expanded. He didn't stay where he needed to. Now, this is the important point. Thou hast consulted shame to thy house by cutting off many people, and hast sins against thy soul. So now check this out. For the stones shall cry out of the wall. For the stone shall cry out of the wall, and the beam of the timber shall answer it. Woe to him that buildeth a town with blood, and establish a city by iniquity. You can take it for a grain of salt if you like. But Habakkuk here is talking about how in this land that they're going to take over and build, that there's going to be a wall, a stone that shall cry out of the wall. Let's move on. Let's move on. Leviticus 11:22. A lot of you guys have been knowing about this. I told you guys before. Even these of them ye may eat, the locust after his kind, the bald locust after his kind, the beetle after his kind, and the grasshopper after his kind. Now we got documentation, books from 1835 to 1860 that says and shows that our people were still eating grasshoppers at that time. Come on, man. Stop lying to yourself, bro. Stop lying. Anyway, let's enjoy this video. Check this out. I'm having fun, family.
Being married to a
do yourself a favor and do our friend a favor. Please hit the like and share. There's no charge for this shit here. It's all for our learning. The word of the Most High, our knowledge that belongs to us, that is on our DNA, shouldn't cost you a damn fucking thing, man. Y'all don't even understand that shit. It shouldn't cost you a thing. Why should our history cost to learn if we've been deprived from it for so many years? It makes no sense to me why people charge their own gente to make money. If you love your people, you would do it for free. You know what you would do? You work your ass off. You would work your ass off to maintain this channel, so to speak. You don't go around asking people for money. Doesn't work that way, man. But anyways, enjoy.
Mexican is not for the weak, okay? Being married to a Mexican is going to put some hairs on your chest because they're going to have you out here trying foods that you didn't even know existed. Going to have you out here trying things that you didn't even know could be a food, okay? For example, my husband and I, when we first moved into this house, mi cuñado just went to Monterrey, and when he came back, he brought my husband jars that look like this. Now, this isn't the jar, because said jar has left our house, but let me explain to you what I found in this jar, okay? So he brought jars like this, and when I said to my husband, what did he bring you? Curious sort of question. My husband goes, take a look. I pop open the jar lid, and what do I behold in said jar, you ask? I see not one, but many little crickets. Yes, you heard that right. You know the ones that sit outside in the moonlight and shake their little legs and make little weird noises? Crickets. All dead, covered in salt and chili. And I say to my husband, why? Like, On what planet did we get a lizard that I didn't know about that needed this cricket food? And he pops one in his mouth. As he's saying it to me, he goes, and I hear the crunch. The crunch almost sent me back, let me tell you, because the crunch was the same crunch as when you stand on the cricket outside. And I said, no, you didn't just do that. And he said, what? They're really good for you. They've got protein in them. Look, I'm all for it, okay? I'm all for the extra protein, but at some point we got to draw the bloody line.
I thought that was funny. Let's continue. Let's continue. I got a beautiful one, family, for you. So, in case you don't know, man, my beloved brothers and sisters, this is in the Bible too, right here. Hold on. Hey, let it play, bro. What the hell? Viva Mexico, cabrones! Look at that right there. Now, I know maybe some of you guys don't realize what this is, but I know it's a lot of you guys do. This is actually called tamarindo. And tamarindo is probably one of the most delicious fruits I think, you know, any of us have ever enjoyed. You can eat it raw. You can boil it and then make water out of it like this. And you can use it in particular spice, like certain foods and shit. Man, this is the bomb. Now, it's mainly made or cultivated in Jalisco, Guerrero, and other places, right? So its supposedly origin isn't from here, but its origin, they say, it's of the Middle East. And it's still cultivated in the Middle East, which I find it interesting that they still eat it over there and when we eat it here. Now, why do you think, why is that important? Why is that important, family? Well, because, you know, I remember back in the day, maybe about a year and a half ago or two, I found this scripture here. And this is a scripture that just blows all BHIs out of the water, completely debunks every single concept that Christianity will ever bring. And this is why they can't explain Abraham. But I'm going to say something with you. There's a reason why the scriptures are in here. Because as soon as I saw this, my learning grew even more in abundance. I kid you not. Isaiah 51:1. Hearken to me, ye that follow after righteousness, ye that seek the Lord. Look unto the rock whence ye are hewn, and to the hole of the pit whence ye are digged. Now, in case you don't know, Abraham came out of the Ur of the Chaldees. I have a map of lineage that is going to show you from his forefathers where he started, where his forefathers were actually not keeping the laws of God. It all connects. Look unto Abraham, your father, and unto Sarah that bare you. For I called him alone and blessed him and increased him. Now, what does that have to do with tamarindo, you ask? Because it was our forefather. You see, a tamarindo, when you plant it, it's not for you. It's not for your generation. It takes a while for it to grow. It's for the coming generation. It's for the future. So Genesis 21:33. And it says here, and Abraham planted a grove in Beersheba and called there the name of the Lord everlasting God. Now, here, you don't see the tamarisk tree. So I'm going to take you to a couple translations so you can see. Here's one. Then Abraham planted a tamarisk tree in Beersheba and worshiped the Lord. Now, that's not the only place that we see a tamarisk tree. We also see it in 1 Samuel chapter 22 and verse 6. One day Saul was in Gilead, sitting under a tamarisk tree on a hill with spears in his hand, and all his officers were standing around him. Now, again, we're the ones that are eating chapulines. We are the ones that are loving tamarindo. We're the ones that eat ceviche, carne asada, unleavened bread. We're the ones that have fringes. Man, I got even a beautiful one for you guys too. Check it out. And even if you guys are not, I don't know if you guys subscribe to Enoch. I've read it, and it's, well, I don't really think it's that off, to be honest. A few things here and there, but remember, we got to be mindful of translations and transliterations are here. So in the book of Enoch on chapter 31, you guys can look it up yourselves. Look what it says here. Verse 3, their fragrance was agreeable and powerful, and their appearance both varied and elegant. The tree of knowledge also was there, of which if anyone eats, he becomes endowed with great wisdom. It was like spices of the tamarind tree. It was like spices of the tamarind tree, bearing fruit which resembled grapes, extremely fine, meaning like sour. And its fragrance extended its considerable distance. I exclaimed, how beautiful is this tree and how delightful it is appearance. So it looks like a willow tree, the hanging fruit. It's a very interesting topic here, because what I'm trying to show y'all is that we are in this book all over its place. So if you understand what your history is, and you'll start to realize that you are in here. You know what I'm saying? Let's go. You wobbles can hit the link any day. Any day. I'll pause my class just for your ass to step up. Prove me wrong. Show me that you are the people of this land. And then show me that you are the people of the Bible. And I will debunk both of that shit. That's how sure I am. You messing with my heritage. It's in my DNA. Can't take this shit from me, man. 1 Samuel 31:13. Then they took the bones and buried them under the tamarisk tree in towns and fasted for 7 days. Hold on a second. Hold on. Oh, that's gonna hurt. Now check this out. I got a really nice one for you. Okay, I got a really nice one for you. And a brother reminded me of it, so I thank you, bro. You know what I'm talking about. Let's go to 2 Chronicles, chapter 9, verse 21. It's going to blow your mind right here, all right? So it says here, 2 Chronicles, chapter 9, verse 21. Yeah, 21? Yeah, 21. You see here? Oh, sorry. 9:21 says here, for the king's ships went to Tarshish with the servants of Haran. Hold on a second. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to do it in blue letter because I'm going to show you a concordance. Concordance. Yeah, let me close some of these windows. Here goes right. So let's explore this one here, okay? For the king's ships went to Tarshish with the servants of Haran. Every 3 years, once came the ships of Tarshish, bringing gold, silver, ivory, and apes, and peacocks. Peacocks, you say, right? Peacocks. Okay. Wobbles, you tell me if this is you. Ain't nobody teaching me shit. This is spiritual stuff, man. H8500. What does it say? Peacock, baboon, I guess ape, right? Here we go.
Strong's H8500. Tukiyim. And second entry. Tukiyim. And third entry. Tukiyim. Strong's H8500. Tukiyim. And second entry. Tukiyim. And third entry. Tukiyim.
All right, I did it twice, so we don't miss a beat. Okay, don't miss a beat. Now, I got this interesting page, and I'm going to show you guys. So it means peacock, tukiyin, or tuki, right? Tukiyin. The yim is from the Yiddish shit, so don't feed too much into that. It's technically tuki. The yin is Yiddish, and that shit's fake. Yeah, I said it. Well, I said it. So what? I am Semitic. Damn it. Can't take shit there from me. Can't take that from me, man. Hold on a second, family. I'm going to show you this real quick. Tukim, right? Did I take a picture of it? Damn it, I know I did. Give me a second here. I didn't. I did. I know I did. Oh, I did. What? Hold on. I got you. Okay. So apparently And I was reading some material for you guys yesterday. The other class, not yesterday, the other class, right? And this was interesting. So remember what it says in regards to the word, okay? One more time, please.
Strong's H 8500, Tukiyim, and second entry,
excuse me,
Tukiyim, and third entry, Tukiyim.
So we see as Tuki, right? Tuki. Okay, check this out. This is from the book called Jews in America, History between 1492 and 1950. Let's read it from the top. Actually, we'll start where it says Columbus. Page 9, by the way. It says, Columbus saw that the setting was not that anticipated one of the India, so they sailed on to Cuba. Here again, Luis de Torres went first because he was the interpreter, understood Hebrew, Chaldaic, and Arabic, and other languages as he had held the Spanish government. So we knew this, right? Supposedly, they were looking for the Great Khan. Now, we know this is total bullshit now. But check this out. The word Tuki. Instead of the Great Khan, Torres saw natives smoking tobacco. He also saw strange birds, which he called Tuki.
Oh, that's gonna hurt.
Tuki. Like this one. Like this one here. Tuki, right? Remember, there's a Yiddish at the end.
Strong's H 8500, Tukiyim, and second entry, Tukiyim, and third entry, Tukiyim.
So this word ended up becoming Turkey later on. He also saw strange birds, which he called Tuki, the Hebrew word for peacock. The word Tukiyim or Tuki, it's not Yiddish, idiot, was later corrupted and became our modern word Turkey. 1 Kings 10, Job 39, 1 Chronicles 9:21. Once again, Tuki. Did I make this up? Are you saying, Wobbles, that was you? Really? And remember the map I showed you regarding the origin? That's why I showed you that map initially. You know what I'm saying? This one right here. Because it actually says Turkey. You see? Turkeys. You see where the turkeys were? So when the Spaniards showed up, Swarty and light skin, they said, hey, what's that animal? And we said, Tuki. Tuki. Let's move on. Here, I'll give you a decent one. Let's go with this one here. This is just to show how if you're saying that you're also people of the Bible and you're claiming that supposedly you are also the people here, well, the Bible says that the books say that the people here had long, straight hair, black, like goat hair. And the Bible says that King David, also had goat hair. 1 Samuel 19. And Samuel sent messengers to take David. She said, he is sick. And Saul sent the messenger again to see David, saying, bring him up to me in the bed, that I may slay him. And when the messengers come in, behold, there was an image in the bed with a pillow of goat hair for his bolster. Interesting. Wobbles, you guys don't have goat hair. The only way you can get close to goat is by buying it from somebody from India. And that's not goat hair, but it's their hair, which is kind of even weirder shit, to be honest with you. Once again, you're saying you're the people of the Bible and you're saying you're the natives of this land, and I'm telling you, people of this land, there's natives here that understand what I'm talking about, that you technically could be these people too. That's why they're trying to stake they want to stake at your stake. They want to be you because they know how valuable you are, but you don't know how valuable you are. So once again, Psalms 133, it is like a precious ointment upon the head that ran upon the beard, even Aaron's beard, that went down to the skirts of his garment. Explain that to me, BHI or Wobbles. Your beard don't grow down. It grows like around and shit, like a mushroom. And then your sister, the women. And I'm not talking about fake hair either. You can't be buying that shit and then say you're in the Bible. It's not the way it works. John 12:3. Then took Mary a pound of ointment of spikenard, very costly, and anointed the feet of the Meshiach, and wiped his feet with her hair. Explain that to me. It's very difficult when you start wondering. You're like, how is that possible? How can you guys believe this stuff? This is nonsense. For example, this one, Songs of Solomon 1:6. It says, look not upon me because I am black, because the sun had looked upon me. So she's basically saying, don't look at me because I'm dark, because you know what I'm saying? The sun didn't tan in me. That's why the verse 5 says, I am black, but calmly. And she's talking to the women. If you guys are saying this is Solomon, what is he, a schizo? What the fuck, is he talking to himself? Oh, I'm black and calmly. Look at me. Yeah, looking in the mirror, bro. Like, that's gay. Look not upon me because I am black, because the sun had looked upon me. I mean, shit, man. What about this one? Again, I'm just trying to, put some things in perspective here. You say you're the people. BHI Wobbles. Explain this to us. And when Aaron, Exodus 34:30, and when Aaron and all his children, we're talking about long-beard Aaron, and all his children of Israel saw Moses, behold, the skin of his face shone, and they were afraid to come nigh. Like the skin of his face shone. What is that? What does the word shone mean? Shone is Quran. Shine. How do you shine if you're dark? What, you got oil and shit?
Strong's H 7160. Karan.
I don't get it.
Second entry. Karan.
So, since we're talking about complexion, and explain this to me too. Going back and forth. Saying. Isaiah 29:22. Therefore, thus say the Lord, who redeemed Abraham, once again, my forefather. I don't know if you guys can agree with your forefather. I'm only going to say mine because a lot of you guys don't believe. Concerning the house of Jacob, Jacob shall not now be ashamed, neither shall his face now wax pale. What the hell? Now, wax pale, if you're black, how can you tell if you're pale? Can you answer that to me, BHI? You that likes to trick our people with that stupid ass chart? How can a dark-skinned man wax pale? Can't even tell he's pale.
Strong's H 2357.
White.
Chaver.
White. To be white.
Chaver.
To be white. To be white. Oh, that's gonna hurt. What the hell, man? What's wrong with you guys? This is why when you don't study and you let these idiots tell you guys and you get ashamed of who you are and you don't know who you are at the same time, yeah, you'll be baffled and confused. And you'll be afraid to study and learn because you don't believe. You think that, you know what I mean? You think that you really came out of, I don't know, some fucking monkey from 7 million years ago. Like, seriously. So-called evolution. Daniel 5:6 says, then the king's countenance was changed, and his thoughts troubled him, so that the joints of his loins were loosened, and the knees smote one against another. So he was scared. Now, if you look at countenance, it says ziv, or ziv, or however you say it.
Strong's H 2122. Ziv.
Eve.
Ziv.
Eve. It seems countenance, brightness, 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 brightness. How can his countenance be turned into brightness if you're dark skinned? became pale. H 21:22. The plural use of bright color of the face. His color changed upon him. He became pale. Wobbles, how the hell do you guys even know? Okay, come on, bro, for real. Man, this is crazy. You know, I will say this. I'm going to say this to you. I expected more people to watch because I'm giving some heavy ass duty stuff, you know. And to be honest, I'm surprised it's so less. That's why I tell you that a lot of you people don't give a shit of who you are. You just want debates or you want the good news or some shit. I'm giving you some deep stuff, bro. And there's only a few people. If I was arguing with some wobble BHI, there'd be more people watching, bro. It's so pathetic, bro. That's why I already know a lot of y'all gonna be burnt. And I don't care. Good. Maybe you learn your lesson. I think this is a joke. You don't even realize how many years your gente has been like, fuck, man. All the stuff that's been going on for hundreds. If you just knew how much history they took away from you. Nahum 2:10, it says, she is empty and void and waste, and the heart melted, and the knees smite together. Much pain is in all loins. The face of them are gathered blackness. This is interesting. Gathered blackness. But blackness is also something else. Check this out. I'm going to show you. Because this is going back to so-called color. Oh, no, that's not it. That's not the one I wanted. I wanted this one. This one with Nahum 2. Nahum 2:10, it says here, blackness, and blackness means technically the, let's see this real quick. Glow, anxiety, flush, illuminated, something kind of like pale, right? Not too far off. Now, when you get closer to these definitions, Jeremiah 35:6, and it says here, paleness on the bottom. Let me read it. Jeremiah 30:6, it says, as ye now and see whether a man doth travail with child, wherefore do I see every man with his hands on his loins, and as a woman in travail, and all the faces are turned into paleness? Check this out. Paleness is Yeracon, H3420, and it means mildew, paleness, right? You're like, oh, interesting. Very, very interesting, because we also get this in Deuteronomy 28. And these wobbles don't even know this. And you don't even know this either, but you're technically in this. So once again, Deuteronomy 28:22 talks about smitten. It says here, and the Lord shall smite thee with a consumption, and with a fever, and with inflammation, and with a extreme burning, and with the sword, and with a blasting, and with a mildew. Let's go to mildew. H34. Sounds familiar? Because it is. Mildew is also paleness. So if you're black-skinned, how can you be pale? There's no way. No way, Jose. There's no way, Jose. Let's move on. Now, another thing. And again, I'm just shooting real fast, man. You guys, a lot of you guys don't even give a shit anyways. But this is for the people that do. For the beloved that do. Exodus 3:5, it says, and he said, draw not high and thither. Put off thy shoes from off thy feet. So you're thinking shoes, well, you know. Shoes is
Strong's H 5275. Na'al.
Now, sandals, in case you guys don't know, they're made out of different things. Let me show you guys a picture real quick. Just moving on. We all moving on now. Moving on now. Here we go. Sandals right here. This is from a dictionary book I got. It says sandal is a sole of wood, leather, or plated material, bound to the foot with straps. The shoe of the Bible, not worn in the house nor in holy places. Exodus 3:5, Deuteronomy 15:9, Joshua 5:15. Now, you're wondering, like, why is that important? Sandalias de Mexico. We all know about these famous shoes in Mexico, family. Right there. We know about these famous shoes. Leather with the bottom sole. Those are sandals. Exodus or Deuteronomy. Let's go to Deuteronomy 15:9. Deuteronomy 15:9. And it says right there, beware that there be no thought in thy wicked heart, saying the seventh year. Hold on, let me take this out. I can't even read. Deuteronomy 15:9. It says here, beware that there be not a thought in thy wicked heart. That's the mind, saying that the seventh year, the year of release, is at hand, and thy eye be evil against thy poor brother, and thou giveth him not. And wait, is this it? Is this sandal? Dude, what's going on, bro? Get it together, bro. Get it together. I think it's 5:15. My bad. Yeah, I made a mistake. Okay. Here it goes. And the captain of the Lord's host said unto Joshua, loose thy shoe off thy foot. Loose thy shoe off thy foot. Here, we'll do it in this way. Shoe, sandal. Take your sandals off. Yeah, it's not a big deal. You know what I mean? It's not a big deal. But this one is a big deal. Genesis 40:17. You see, you're all over the book. You just don't know it. Genesis 40:17 says, in the top basket, there were all kinds of baked goods for the king, and the birds were eating them. You see this right here? These are baskets. These are baskets. Mexican baskets made out of reed. Now, if you understand reed in Palestine, I'm just using that as a general. Reed baskets. Okay. Reed basket reeds. All right. See this right here? See?
A ver, que alguien me explique. Who are you?
Take it or leave it. It's up to you. I don't force nothing down your throats, bro. I'm tired of doing that shit. You guys either get it or you don't. It's that simple. I mean, we can even go back to pottery, but you know, pottery is kind of generalized all over the world, so it's, you know what I mean? Yeah, I guess it does matter, but I'm not going to be stretching too much on that. I got some more to show you. Let me close this window here. This is one, man. It blew my mind right there. The tamarindo. Matter of fact, it's in Enoch as well. Tamarind is in Enoch as well. Okay, you guys can look it up. Let's go to, let's see. Let's go to this page right here. Again, this is not a stretch, but you know what I mean? This is well known here in the Americas. 1 Samuel 20:30. And when the lad was come to the place of the arrow which Jonathan had shot, Jonathan cried out at the lad and said, is not the arrow beyond thee? The arrow. What did they know about us here? What weapon?
Strong's H 2678. Chetzi. Gesenius Lexicon. Chetzi. And Chatzi.
No different. Just going over some things real quick. Now you have also the Egyptian arrow. See? Then again, arrows are used everywhere too. It's kind of a stretch. Not really. We all know that I've done a lot of these class. Well, actually, you guys can see the class that I did on smallpox. I don't got to touch too much on that. That's in Deuteronomy 28. We all know that. Now, one thing that you guys don't understand is it only happened to you guys here. No black person or white person can say that it happened to them. Did they bring it? Yes, they did. Did it come from Africa? Yes, it did. Smallpox came from Africa. Frenchpox came from Northern Europe, the gringos. So the blacks brought smallpox, the whites brought Frenchpox. Same shit. No hard feelings. But payback's a bitch. Deuteronomy 28:27, it says, and the Lord shall smite thee with the botch of Egypt, with the emeralds and with the scab and with the itch, whereof thou cannot be healed. Now, we've seen this before. We know this, right? Yeah. But this is what's very striking to me, because only this happened to Yah. Nobody else. Okay? Isaiah. Come on, spell it right, bro. Isaiah 6. Check this out. One thing we know is that they decimated the majority of our gente, and there was only one, They said that 90% of the people were destroyed, correct? Through smallpox and a bunch of other things. Okay. Isaiah 6:11, it says, and then said I, Lord, how long? And he answered, until the cities be wasted without inhabitants, and the houses without man, and the land be utterly desolate. And the Lord have removed men far away, and there'll be a great forsaken in the midst of the land. But yet in it shall be a tenth, and it shall return. So see, there are going to be a tenth of us left. And it shall return, and shall be eaten as a teal tree, and as an oak tree, whose substance is in them when they cast out their leaves. So the holy seed shall be as the substance thereof. So technically here, the way that it's explaining it to you guys, is like a stump, the stump of the tree. We are still here. Let's move on. Now, you guys understand too about this right here, right? You guys know about Jeremiah 44? In case you guys forgot. Here we see the kind of malady of the Jews. You see, Judah tends to worship the Queen of Heaven. Okay? And we know that certain people worship the Queen of Heaven, and they have a date for her, December 12th, every year. And a lot of them crawl, supposedly, to ask for forgiveness, thinking that, you know what I'm saying, that they're going to be helped. Now, we know that they make here Jeremiah 44:17. But we will certainly do whatever things goeth forth out of our own mouths, to burn incense unto the Queen of Heaven, and to pour out drink offerings. Sorry, it's right here. And to pour out drink offerings unto her, as we have done so, we and our fathers, and our kings, and our priests, in the cities of Judah, in the streets of Jerusalem. You see this? But since we left off to burn incense to the Queen of Heaven, to pour out drink offerings unto her, we have wanted all things and have been consumed by the sword and by famine. And when we burn incense to the Queen of Heaven and poured out drink offerings unto her, we did make her cakes to worship her. Cakes. What is that? Cakes. Something prepared. Cakes. So once again, the Queen of Heaven, right? Not a big deal. We've heard this before. In case you guys don't know. Now here Jeremiah warns the people, right, that they're going to face punishment if they don't repent for idolatry and disobedience. Now, what do you guys think Sumarraga? Because he's the one that invented that concept. Juan Diego nothing appeared on his shirt. This is Sumarraga's teachings, the Jesuit. We know that the Queen of Heaven is a big deal in Mexico because supposedly she is the mother of Jesus. And we know that they love making cakes. And we know that in Mexico, in December 12th, they make pasteles, posadas. They make all kinds of things. They gather wood, right? They make cakes to the Reina de los Cielos. Now, the posadas are a big deal in December, in case you don't know. All right? It's prior to Christmas, in case you guys didn't know this. And they make tortas. They make, what do you call them? Sopes. It's like you make it out of masa. They make, I don't know, like quesadillas de masa, you know what I mean? Like they really go out of their way for these traditional things. In case you didn't know that, they do. Now, if we tie this concept to what I believe is why they use it, is because there was this thing called the weeping woman. And we understood that, okay? That there was such thing as a weeping woman. Now, in case you don't know this, that's also in the Bible. 2 Ezra 10 talks about the weeping woman. If you go real quick to 2 Ezra 10:25, it mentions this here. And it came to pass while I was talking with her, behold, her face upon a sudden shine exceedingly. And her countenance glistered. You see that? Bright, white. So that I was afraid of her and mused what it might be. And behold, suddenly she made a great cry, very fearful, so that the earth shook at the noise of the woman. And I looked, and behold, the woman appeared no more unto me, or unto me no more, but there was a city builded. You see this? Verse 27, I looked, and behold, the woman appeared unto me no more, but there was a city builded, and a large place showed itself from the foundations. Then I was afraid and cried with a loud voice and said, so now let's skip real quick. Verse 41, thou sawest the woman mourning, and thou beginnest to comfort her. But now seest thou the likeness of a woman no more, but there appeared unto thee a city builded. Whereas she told thee of the death of her son, this is a solution. This woman whom thou sawest is Zion. And whereas she said unto thee, even she whom thou seest is the city builded, Zion. Okay, now you're thinking, okay, well, what? Check this out. Check this out. Let me close this real quick. Let me close this too. So let's go to let me come back to this page here. We're going to go into this book right here. Hold on. Is it this one? Hold on a second, family. Is it this one? Yeah, it is. Yeah, I'm sorry. It is. All right, my bad. Let's see. Where you go now? Where are you? Hold on a second. Come on, man. What's going on? See something. I don't know what the hell's going on here. It's in here. I know why. Okay. This right here is an interesting book. And I had showed this before to you guys. La Llorona, a spirit unable to rest. So in this book, it actually talks about that. It talks about a concept of a weeping woman. Okay? So now let me see if I can get to it rather quickly. Let's see. Hold on. Give me a second. Hold on. Yeah, it goes right here. Here it goes right here, family. It's on page 13. Let me see if I can maximize it. There it goes. Oh, great. All right, on the bottom it says here, right? It's going to be right there. Check this out. In Aztec Nahuatl, La Llorona becomes Chocani or Cihuacocani. Choca means to cry or to weep. Cihuatl means woman, the crying woman, or the weeping woman, or the mourning woman, and mourning, like Zion. The Codex Florentino of Fray Bernardino de Sagahun, General History of Things in the New Spain, says, I recorded the 6 known omen that would announce the fall of an empire. Here is the omen in Nahuatl, followed by its English translation. It says here, oh, sorry. Go back to 13. It says, the 6th omen was that in those days, they heard voices in the air, like a great cry, like a woman who was crying, who would say, oh, my children, we are becoming lost. Other times she would say, oh, my children, where will I take you? This isn't a stretch by any means. Here we see Ezra saw the same thing. A weeping woman crying for Zion. And in our tradition, this weeping woman was the land. And her voice was crying to the children, the Nahuatl, the Mexicas that were dying at the sword and to famine. That's what this was about. You telling me we stole that folklore too? Okay, let's go here then. You telling me we stole this as well?
La guitarra mía, al despertar la mañana, quiere cantar su alegría a mi tierra mexicana. Yo le canto a tus volcanes, a tus praderas y flores, que son como talismanes del amor de mis amores. México lindo y querido, si muero lejos de ti, que digan que estoy dormido y que me traigan aquí, que digan que estoy dormido y que me traigan aquí. México lindo y querido, si muero lejos de ti.
All right, so that's part of it. Hold on a second. That's just the beginning. Okay, so then we have these things called salterios. So in case you guys don't know, these are in the Bible. So what are you saying, Wobbles? We stole this shit from you too? Really? Okay, in case you don't know, that's a psaltery right there, okay? And the psaltery is in the Bible. That's the instrument that they're using right there, okay? You see that right there? You see that right there? That's the instrument they're using right there. That's the psaltery in the Bible. You see what I'm saying? This is a historical, this is like real shit right here. This ain't no joke, family. I'm not wasting your time. I'm not pulling your chain. This is you. Let's go, man. Enjoy. Make that make sense? You telling me that we stole that shit too? If this information bores you, you don't belong in this channel. Straight up. If this information bores you, you don't belong in this channel. Matter of fact, you should be loving this shit right here. You may not be much to y'all strangers, but this is a big deal. I'm revealing some real deep knowledge in regards to who you are according to the Bible. Let me kind of seal it off a little bit before I move on to a kind of different topic. Still in line with this, but I wanted to share this first to you guys because this is why they want your heritage. This is in the Message translation. Psalm 68:7 says, when God took the lead with your people, when you marched out into the wild, earth shook, sky broke out in a sweat. God was on the march. Even Sinai trembled at the sight of God on the move, at the sight of Israel's God. You pour out rain in buckets, oh God. Thorn and cactus became an oasis for your people to camp and enjoy. Cactus family, wake the hell up. Once again, man, we already saw what Abraham did. This is why, here, let me close this. This is why, close this too. Sorry. This is why, I'm going to use it in a little bit anyway, so I'm good. I'm good on that one too. All right, let's see. This is why you need to understand these people that created religions. Why the song that I initially started, I know that's probably some of y'all were tripping out on it, because religion has definitely created a lot of problems within us. It's not complicated, family. Romans 9:7 says, neither because they are the seed of Abraham are they of the children, but in Isaac shall thy seed be called. That is, they which are the children of the flesh. These are not the children of God, because Abraham had other lines within him. Ishmael, Esau, and all this other stuff. But the children of the promise are counted for the seed. So if you have the DNA in you, you will be understanding these things. and your works will express themselves within your family, within yourself, the growth within you. And you don't need to boast about it. And you don't need fake ass hats or feathers and shit to prove who you are. If this is who you are, this is who you are. And nobody can take that from y'all. But again, it is of the seed. It's not no spiritual shit. This ain't no spiritual Israel. Oh, crap, man. So here goes here. Let me continue with the topic. King David has the longest biography of any biblical personality. He is a pivotal figure in the Hebrew Bible and Jewish history. And yet in the world of academia and archaeology, he is one of the most controversial figures. Right? Now it says in 1980, the biblical minimalists began working to regulate to regulate King David to a myth, questioning his existence and his historical reality, what the Bible records about him. In his book, 1992, In Search of Ancient Israel, Philip wrote, whoever is living in the Palestine highlands around 1000 BC, they do not look, they do not think, look, or act like the people the biblical writers have put there. They are literally creations. This has become the mainstream belief among the academics in time, right? But here we see Kingdom of David and Solomon discovered in Oklahoma. Why? Because of the stone. Okay. Abraham Brigham discovered a large fragment in northern Israel. Subsequent excavation of the following year revealed two more fragments. When archaeologists put the pieces together, they revealed an extraordinary message. It stunned the world and sent an earthquake throughout the archaeological community. The inscription was made by King Hazael of Syria in the mid-9th century BC. Hazael had recently led his Aramean forces into the battle against the ally of Jehoram, king of Israel, and Ahaziah, king of Judah. So here they find descriptions regarding this particular battle. Check this out. Let me see if I can get to it real quick. The steel has been to America only once. The devil is coming to America to depart. I'm thrilled. Oh, this isn't the article. All right, I'm sorry. This was just the beginning part. Let's continue. Now I'm going to show you something regards the stone. Okay. Let's get some education here real quick regarding the stone. Remember, Habakkuk 2 said that in that land where the strangers would take and build, there will be a stone that will come out against the wall. We'll just watch a little bit of it, maybe like about 4 minutes, and then we'll move on. Maybe 3. Let's go.
I want to jump into one other slide presentation that I have here on some ancient Hebrew inscriptions. Okay, we've talked about the ancient Hebrew alphabet. Now you're going to see some actual scripts that have been discovered in archaeology over the years with some of these as examples. I divide Hebrew up into 4 time frames. Early Hebrew, which is the pictographic, the Middle Hebrew, which is what most people call Paleo-Hebrew, late Hebrew, started using the Aramaic script, and then modern Hebrew, which is very similar to the late Hebrew, but slightly different. This was found in the Saudi Arabian Peninsula, Sarabit el-Kadim, I believe it's called. Some of you might have heard of it. If you go on the home page of my website, I've got a clip from YouTube from the Naked Archaeologist where he went down and actually looked at these. I mean, it's amazing. What is this right here a picture of? There's the Aleph, exactly. There's a picture of it. This thing, by the way, is 3,500 years old. Man, that just amazes me. This is one's kind of hard to see, but there's the Lamed. It's a shepherd's staff. What does the Hebrew word Aleph, Lamed spell? L. Then this is the letter Mem. Mem is used as a prefix to a word means from. So this is Ma'el, from God. Here's another example of the pictographic script. Okay, this is a Mem and a Tav. What's Mot? Death. Lamed, Bet, probably an Ayin, but it could be a Pei. Not sure. A Lamed and a T. I believe this is Baalt. Mot le Baalt. Death to the feminine form of Baal. Baalt would be Mrs. Baal. That, by the way, is just an educated guess. There's really not enough information here to actually make a definitive translation, but that's pretty close. Anybody recognize that word right off the bat? Aleph Bet. What's that word? Av. What does Av mean? 10 pole. There you go. Thank you. This is an exciting one. This one was found only a few years ago by a husband and wife archaeologist team. They were on the Nile River, and they went hiking up along this road, and they found this inscription. So this is in Egypt, and it's estimated it was written at around 1800 BC. That's almost 4,000 years ago. This is to date the oldest example of the pictographic script. But it says, and this again is an educated guess, Rav, which is many, Kum, rise, Veha, which means and the, and then there's something here, I don't know what this word here is. And I can't read the rest of it. A little washed. Ear to the city, a rough guess of what it means. Scholars are saying that the oldest Hebrew goes back 2,000 years or 3,000 years. And then a few years later, now we found out it's 2,500 years. Oh, now we found out it's 2,800 years. You see, I believe Hebrew was the script used before the flood. I believe it goes all the way back to the beginning. And I think one day we might be able to prove it. This is some examples of the Middle Semitic script, or Paleo-Hebrew. This is the Tel Dan inscription. This one's kind of cool. How many of you have heard it said that there is nothing found in the archaeological record that supports the biblical text? How many of you have heard that? A few. There has never been one archaeological evidence found that proves anything in the Bible. I've heard it before, and it's flat wrong. And here's one example. This right here says, Melech Yisrael, King of Israel. Guess what it says right above it? Beit David, House of David. On 2 lines, we have the King of Israel and the House of David. That's exciting. This is an image of the Samaritan Pentateuch. The Samaritans are a group of people in Israel who never left the land. They stayed there. But their Torah scrolls that they use today still use the Middle Semitic script, the Paleo-Hebrew. Their version, by the way, is very different from our Tanakh. I just find it interesting they're still using Paleo-Hebrew. This is what's called the Temple Ostraca. And you'll see right here, Le Beit Yahweh, to the house of Yahweh. This is actually a receipt for a donation of 3 shekels to the temple of Yahweh, to the house of Yahweh. This, by the way, is the inscription that caused me to start learning Paleo-Hebrew, because I was learning Hebrew like everybody else. I went to a synagogue with a friend of mine, learned the alphabet, and I started learning Hebrew that way. Picked up some books. Then I saw a newspaper clipping in my local paper with a picture of this, and they said that's a Hebrew script. That don't look like Hebrew. That's not the Hebrew I'm learning. I want to know what this is. So that's how I got started in all of this. How many of you heard that the Dead Sea Scrolls are all written in the modern Hebrew script or the Aramaic script? Most of the Dead Sea Scrolls are written in the Aramaic script, but some of them are still being written in the Paleo-Hebrew. Or what I was told is that Paleo-Hebrew stopped being used when Israel went into Babylon. They adopted the Aramaic script. And that's not true. It is for the most part, but they still use the Paleo-Hebrew even while they were in captivity, and some of the Dead Sea Scrolls written between 100 BC and 70 AD are still being written in the Paleo-Hebrew. This is a Greek fragment from the Septuagint, a very, very old fragment of the Greek Septuagint. The Greek Septuagint is a 2,000-year-old Greek translation of the Tanakh, okay, without going into too many details. And it's written in Greek. But right here in that little box, guess what that is? Yahweh written in Paleo-Hebrew. So the Jewish scribes, whenever they were writing the name, even if it was using in the Greek or if they were writing in the Aramaic square script, whenever they came to Yahweh, they would always write it in the Paleo-Hebrew. This is the word Shema written in Paleo-Hebrew or Middle Semitic script. This was a piece of pottery, and it was just when the pottery was wet, they scribbled in there Shema. Notice you've got the Shin, the Mem, and the Ayin. Now this is dated to about 600 BC. That's the time frame they were using the Paleo-Hebrew. But this coin is around the time of Yeshua. You recognize the letters there? The Shin, the Mem, and Ayin. It's the word Shema, meaning to hear. Paleo-Hebrew is still being used into the days of Yeshua. This is a Paleo-Hebrew inscription of the 10 Commandments. It's written in Paleo-Hebrew. Some of you will recognize this. Paleo-Hebrew, the 10 Commandments. This script was used around 800 BC. Between 900 600 BC is when it was extensively being used. This inscription was not found in Israel. This inscription was not found in Egypt. This inscription was found in New Mexico. Some of you have heard of it. What's it called? The Las Lunas inscription. Las Lunas is the name of the town in New Mexico. And when it was originally discovered by the white man, because the Indians knew about it, they called it Mystery Mountain. The Indians knew about this rock, and they took some white men up there and showed it to them in 1855. And in 1855, nobody knew what Paleo-Hebrew was, let alone what it said. So the scholars saw it and thought it was Cherokee. The sad thing is, here is up at the top, is that top line. Anochi Yahweh Elohecha Asher Hotzitecha. That's what it says. I am the Lord your God who takes you out of Mitzrayim, land of Mitzrayim. That top line right there is how it looked like a year ago. This is how it looks now. Somebody went up there and scratched that whole top line off. Okay, let's jump into the late Hebrew script. This is when they started adopting the Aramaic square, what we call square script. But if you'll notice, again, like I said before, whenever they came to the name of Yahweh, they recognized its uniqueness, and they would use the Paleo Hebrew for the name of God, Yahweh. This is just an example from the Dead Sea Scrolls. This is the Nash Papyrus. This is the oldest fragment ever found of the Bible up until the Dead Sea Scrolls. This was dated about 200 BC. But this was a fragment that was found about 100 years ago, and it showed Hebrew of the book. That's actually the Ten Commandments as well. The modern Hebrew script, if you open up a Hebrew Bible today, you go to the Bible bookstore, this is what you're going to see, something very similar to this. With the Nakud, the vowel pointings in there.
Hey, hold on a second. Let me turn it down real quick. Okay, I see a dude on the right side over here. His name is Películas. I don't know why you don't show up on my side, but anyways, he's like, ¿Qué enseña el mormonio? Who the hell told you that I'm a Mormon? Now, I'll tell you what, do me a favor, bro. Do me a favor. If you ballsy, right? You got something to say? Hit the link. What do you got to say, bro? Because that's one thing we don't appreciate here. You got something to say? Hit the link and let's talk about exactly what is it that you need. You want to know who I am? Let's go. Ask me your questions. This ain't no Mormon channel, stupid ass. And I know that you've been here before, Películas. No te hagas pendejo, güey. Why are you acting like a fool, bro? This is what I don't like about you guys. You act like kids and shit. And I'm surprised that you're a man. You've been in this channel before, and you're acting like you don't know what this channel is about. No te hagas pendejo, cabrón. Hit the link and let's talk about it. I mean, you feel pretty ballsy, bro. Then, let's jump, frog. This is a Mormon channel, really? Coño, oh, man, especially you, bro. Especially people like you. You probably voted for Trump, huh? Yeah, I know you did. Keep it quiet, son. You'll get smashed in this channel. You got the wrong channel. Go bother somebody else. He probably is drunk. Let's go.
There's the two major ones are the Aleppo Codex and the Codex Leningrad. Very similar, but two different traditions of the Hebrew. This is an interesting one. Cuneiform is Greek. It means wedge writing. And the Sumerians commonly use cuneiform to write their.
So you can see what we have been talking about in regards to the whole Yiddish language. Yiddish language sandwich. Now, the reason I'm sharing this is because there is history about you people here, about us too. Or us, I should just say us. From what I understand, thank you, brother, the native tradition here, there is a understanding of it. And I read some books on it, and brother provided this for me too, so let me read it. In the old stories, the Creator had made man from the dust of the earth. Okay, this is a Native American tradition. By shaping the clay and breathed life into him. This is why the Muskegee name for God is Hasakev Muvsi, the giver of breath. Once the people had multiplied on earth, the Creator told them many things and about the last days that were coming. This is why when you read La Llorona, the story, the weeping woman, we had an idea of our downfall. We understood. I may read it to you too. Creator told the Muskegee people that fire would destroy the world. The Bible says the same thing. People who had long been dead would come back to life. The Bible says the same thing. The horrible things would emerge from the earth, meaning it'll wax cold. It'll get worse before. There would be a large gathering of people, and the death will no longer exist. So this is when Second Esdras, or the calling of the tribes, being called up, so to speak. According to the Creator's ways, and the Creators would then take them up. Just like in regards to several other scriptures we have read. I know you guys are very familiar with some of them. For example, let's explore this one real quick. So what I just read to you is a so-called Native American tradition. Not something of the Bible that I read to you. Then how come you natives speak Bible? You just don't know it. 1 Thessalonians 4:13 says, but I would have you not be ignorant, brethren, concerning them which are asleep, that ye sorrow not, even as others have no hope. For if we believe that the Mashiach died and rose again, even so then also which sleep in the Mashiach will God bring in him. Once again, people will die and come back to life. There will be a gathering of people, right? They will be caught up with the Lord, the resurrection. John 5:28 talks about that. Check this out. John 5:28. It says here, marvel not at this, for the hours cometh in which all that are in the grave shall hear his voice. Didn't it say the Muskegee, the great fire would destroy them, and people who had long been dead would come back to life? Native brothers and sisters, you need to start letting go of that resentment, man. There's a reason why. Sometimes it's kind of like when your parents get mad at you and shit and they whoop your ass with a belt. Is that bad? Is it bad that your parents whoop your ass because you didn't listen? Why is this any different? Do you think we are kings of this world? You think he's going to make it easy for us? You really believe that? Nah, it's not possible. It's not possible because guess what? Even we knew that we were going to be the bringers of light. We knew that we were going to be the ones bringing this information out. Not these fake ass so-called Israelites. Not these fools that you see at the corners. Just because they have boots on or a star of... Okay, a ver. Aquí tenemos un hermanito. Se llama VHS Películas. You guys can't see him. I don't know why he's not showing up on my other feed. Dice, ¿qué dice de Venezuela? Nos odia también. Falta de respeto, papi. Tú eres Trump. Mira, VHS, ¿en verdad crees tú en la Biblia? ¿Crees en Dios? Espero que sí, porque si crees en Él, entonces debes de entender que la palabra del Señor claramente te dice que antes que juzgues, tienes que entender primero. ¿Sí me entiendes? Ahora, en ese canal no se odia. En este canal decimos la verdad. Si se oye como odio, es porque es la otra persona que está escuchando emocional. ¿Sí me entiendes? En este canal yo enseño que nosotros somos hebreos de la sangre de Abraham, Isaac y Jacob. Es todo. Y en lo que hago, enseño libros en español y en inglés también para que la gente no esté confundido o esté confundida. ¿Sí me entiendes? No nomás hablo porque tengo ganas de hablar. O sea, yo demuestro todo lo que tengo que enseñar. En este canal no nomás estamos platicando porque no tenemos nada que hacer. Aquí enseñamos la verdad de quién somos nosotros de acuerdo a las escrituras, historia y si quieres ver también en la política también te puedo enseñar, hermano. So, si eres nuevo o me imagino que ya te vi una vez y la última vez que estabas aquí también hablaste con la misma energía. So, ¿por qué no te haces un favor para nosotros también? ¿Por qué no te calmas un momento y escuchas y aprende, por favor? Así nos podemos entender mejor. ¿Cómo la ves? Porque si no vas a hit the link, como digo, mejor no digas nada y escucha. Let's go. Of Amalek or Molech, I'm sorry, they think they know the Bible and shit. Ah, bro, it don't work like that. You were not chosen for this stuff. Now, you obviously used every technique and power to make this particular people feel lesser. Is that why you put them on the bottom of that damn chart? This is from Barbara Simmons, The 10 Tribes of Israel. Let me just go back. The 10 Tribes of Israel, historically identified. 1838, I believe. Let's go to it. You guys will be the ones bringing the word, family. Don't fall for the okie doke. Page 63. Pay attention. It says, God promised to Jeremiah. Didn't Jeremiah preach to Judah? Jeremiah preached to Judah. Judah loves the Queen of Heaven. It says, God's promise to Jeremiah, thou shalt be as my mouth was known to the Mexicans. Since the newly elected king of Mexico, in a prayer of thanksgiving to Tezcatlipoca, there emphatically says of kings in general, they are thine instrument and thine image to govern thine kingdom. Thou being in them and speaking from their mouth, and they declaring thy word. They're declaring thy words. All over this book, you see traditions, customs, just like the Bible. I don't know why you're mad at the belt. Your asses should be mad at yourselves for not listening. We were given these understandings. We chose not to follow them. Why do you think we had tribes that turned against certain people that were keeping these ways? Because they didn't want to listen. Rebellious as hell. Those are the ones that turned their backs on us. Those are the ones that sold their asses out. Just like the brother was saying in the earlier video. Yeah, you did it because you were griped. You didn't like the system. You know, you had to follow certain ways. You didn't appreciate that shit. Well, you know, that's what ended up happening. Check this, what it says here. The natives of Peru in ancient times allowed their hair to grow long like the Nazarites.
Wait a minute.
For real, huh? With the exception of the class called Orizones and those who are yet unconquered, where at the present day their hair with this fashion, that this was the dress and custom of the Hebrews, is evident as well from their histories as from their ancient paintings, which represent them habited in this apparel and this kind of dress and sandals worn by the apostles. Wobbles, there's absolutely no history that you ever used sandals. Shut the hell up. Hit the link if you want to prove me wrong. 2 articles of apparel, the mantle and the tunic, were all worn by the Indians in Peru, where what Samson laid a wager on and which are named in scriptures in tunic talus and sindons, which are the same as the Indians in Peru called cusma or paca, and the Spaniards camiseta or mantan or un gabán, like a shirt over your shoulder. See what I'm saying? The same fashion. The same fashion. I'm not pulling your chain, my brothers or sisters, my beloved. Look, Numbers 15:38. We just saw it. Both nations, Hebrews and Mexicans, were most punctual. This is not something that was taught somewhere else. This is my DNA. This is what I know because this is me. And this is you. I'm not no agent. I didn't go to no school and oh my God, in secret I'm learning. All of this is spiritual because the Most High woke me up. I didn't pay some damn FBI. Oh man, hey, make my DNA perfect so I could, people can believe me. Matter of fact, if my whole intent was to do that, I would have been charging people money. That's not what it's about, man. It's mad love, bro. Oh, it's the mic? Mic check, mic check. Is it working or no? I think it's working now, right? Here he's talking about 2nd Ezra 54, 654. See what I'm saying? 2nd Ezra 654. But let's dip to the point. We're not going to get away from this, man. The fear towards God. This is why our gente is the way we are, man. The Mashiach is in your DNA, my beloved. You Taino brothers from the islands, the Mashiach is in your DNA. We were one nation, one tribe, man. Well, I mean, multiple tribes, but you know what I'm saying? One people. Many of the Mexican paintings would seem to imply that the Mexicans were acquainted with the various books of the Old Testament.
Hey, can you
Once
guys hear?
again, the prophet Jeremiah in verse 21 of the 8th chapter in his prophecy thus figuratively describes the grief which he felt for the afflicted state of his land, which passage might have included or induced the Mexican priests to paint their faces black as a symbol that they mourn. Oh my God, wobbles. Y'all are dumb. You guys are dumb. Hey man, it's not my fault. You're from the tribe of Ham. I'm sorry. That's your DNA. Shit sucks. It is what it is. And I know you want some of this, but you can't have none, man, because it ain't you. It ain't you, man. It ain't you. You see, we understood what was going on. In the first page of Borgian, a remarkable representation of Quetzalcoatl cats forth from the jaws of some amphibious animal occurs. Nahum? In reference to which curious painting, it would be interesting to know that whether the Hebrew had any tradition with the Messiah would be devoured by a monster who would afterwards be compelled to yield up his prey. Like the serpent in the 5th page of the Lesser Vatican, which a fierce eagle compares to disgorge a lamb. Remember, like an eagle, swift as an eagle, like Deuteronomy 28:49. We are the lamb. They were the eagle. On the bottom it says, God commanded Moses to address the following language to the Hebrews, and he's talking to you brothers. Ye shall be unto me a kingdom of priests and a holy nation. The Mexicans, remind you, resemble the Hebrews in being a nation of priests. Jeremiah apostrophe, I am called thy name, O Lord, God of hosts. Man. Then it says here, we here only wish to refer the 36th page of the present work, Antiquities of Mexico, in order to point out the probability that God's promise to Jeremiah, which he taught Judah, by the way, thou shalt be as my mouth, was known to the Mexicans, the MESHIACHAs, the anointed, since the newly elected king of Mexico was in a prayer. We see it here. They are thine instruments and thine image to govern thy kingdom, thou being in them, speaking through their mouth, they're declaring thy words. We read that in page 62, I believe. Check this out. This is from a book I got, A Study in Hebrew and Indian Languages. I've never shared this to you guys. I got another one that I have, hard copy. It's actually called The Nexus, Spoken Language. You cannot find that book anywhere, by the way. Here it says, Study in Hebrew and Indian Languages. You guys can check out this book. It has a lot of similarities, comparables in regards to words. Mentions good references to Bancroft, Drake, regarding the Aboriginal race of North America. Wobbles, you may want to read that book because it doesn't say anything about woolly hair. Stupid asses. You guys are dumb, bro. You picked the wrong people to try to steal the heritage from. You can try to do that shit to Khazars, bro. That shit ain't gonna work with us. Anyways, we see here, Karuk in Indian speech means up. Yuruk in Indian speech means down, right? In Hebrew, pe in Hebrew means mouth. Po in Hebrew means here, right? So we see the similarity. Sholutek. And then in Hebrew is Sholi. So here in India is Karuk. And in Hebrew is, I guess, yeah, here, we'll start here. I guess start here. Pe pu karuk. In Indian is Sholultek, Sholi. Shalash. Shalka, Hebrew is Shal. In Indian is Yucatan. In Hebrew is Ukkatan or Yuktan or Yoktan, like the son of Arphaxad. Balaam, we know that word here. In Hebrew is Balaam. Indian, Toshiki or Monshani. In Indian is Katun. The Mexican and some other ancient Americans reckon this making time by cycles or periods of 52 years each, or like 52 weeks. Hebrew is Katan, are Hebrew words that mean small or little. Sakbi, Sakal in Hebrew. Shaka in Indian. Shakili in Hebrew. Shak or Sha'ak or Shaka in Hebrew. Heliniwis or Olam. Maya in Indian. Mayim in Hebrew. Baali, Baalo in Hebrew. Baal in Indian. Shirimaya in Hebrew. Shir in Hebrew means sing. Which is funny. This right here, Shiramiah, it's like Jeremiah or Shirayahu or Shirayahu. Anyways, let me not use Yah. Indian is Aki, like, yo, Ak. What's up, Ak? Pass me the cheese, Ak. It's in Hebrew and it's in Indian. Chiapanex, like Chiapanese. Chai, to live. Melek in Hebrew. Malamutes in Indian. Shaman in Indian, Shaman in Hebrew. Tisi or Tisai, Tisur in Hebrew. Ulik, Elik. Satanas in Indian, Satan or Shatan in Hebrew. Ishq in Indian is father, or Ishi in Hebrew is husband. Molon is head. Moloch is the god of the Ammonites. Machamanoto is the Miami name for the devil. And Mashamuneto is the Shawnee name for the same evil being. In Hebrew, it's Masha, to blot out. And so on. Abba Macho, Mashi, no, what's up? Yahweh, Yahweh Nehu was the Tuscarora Indian name for God. Yahweh, Nehuah. Yahweh is what they call it. Yah, or in Hebrew, it's the same thing. There's a lot of shit in here, family. A beautiful book, man. Here is what I mean by how important it is to know who you are, according to the Bible. I'm almost done. This is from Tratado Único Singular de Origen de los Indios de Perú. Check this out, family. Section 23 says this. Considero también aquel lugar del Evangelio de San Mateo, capítulo 15, número 24. It's talking about Matthew 15:24. Donde nuestro Salvador, the Meshiach, pidiéndole favor a aquella cananea, the Canaanite woman that's asking him to help, the Gentile Canaanite woman, le respondió que su venida, meaning the Messiah, simply came a este mundo, había sido primeramente a restaurar las ovejas que habían perecido del pueblo de Israel. Y el mismo Redentor nuestro por San Juan en su Evangelio, capítulo 10, 16, dice que tiene otras ovejas que no son de aquella manada que asistían en Jerusalén y en Judea, y que le convenía traerlas de las partes que estaban esparzadas para que oyesen su voz y de todos se hiciese un rebaño, one stick, y todas las gobernanzas un pastor. He would rule. Estos son las ovejas que en el novísimo tiempo se ha traído Dios al abrigo y regazo de la Santa Iglesia, como dice arriba con el capítulo 4 de Deuteronomio, desde el número 27. Scattered us across all nations. Estos americanos son los que estaban esparcidos por toda la tierra, semilla de las tribus a quienes escribió nuestro patrón Santiago en su epístola canónica en el principio diciendo, en Latin, esta es la gente que estaba apartada de quien dijo el apóstol San Pablo en el apóstol 2 de Tesalónica, capítulo 2, número 4. So here we see what was really the story. In case you guys don't know, and I know that there's Christians here that aren't going to believe it, which is totally fine. I don't give a shit. And a lot of you guys believe that the Messiah died for everybody. And that, you know what I mean? He like, you know, he's cool with you sinning and shit. Like, he's totally fine with it. You know what I mean? That, no problem. You know what I mean? He'll forgive me. No. It doesn't work like that. You see, there's a reason why these kingdoms split. There's a reason why these kingdoms split. Okay? And when these kingdoms split, it was for a reason. Because they were together at one point. Right? Okay. So, the Mashiach, when he came back, if he believed that he did, he picked 12 apostles. None of them were of any other tribe but of the so-called southern tribe. Now, he didn't ask him to go wake up the lost sheep of the house of Israel. Matter of fact, he didn't even ask him to go teach the Gentiles. He never wanted them to. For one, they were biased. And two, they were respecter of people. Even the so-called strongest, toughest one, Peter, which we know in the Bible in Acts, when he sits among the Jews or the other northern kingdom, and he sees the other Jews coming, or the southern kingdom come to him, he backs away like he wasn't eating with them. That's a respecter of person. Paul didn't do that. He didn't give a rat's ass who you were. If you broke the law, he'd kill you. The Messiah picked him because of his zeal. But at the same time, he reminded him that Abraham, who is our forefather, was not called by his works. His forefathers, perfect timing, by the way, were not keeping the commandments. Okay? This is from a map I have here. And if you look, I wish you would have done a better job on it. If you look at the genealogy of the Mashiach, you see here, it says Peleg, Reu, Serag, Nahor, and Terah. The dispersion of the nations was in Peleg's time. From Reu through Terah, 1, 2, 3, 4, they were in idolatry, worshiping other gods in the Ur of the Chaldees, Zoroastrianism, Buddhism, whatever that shit was. Okay? Those are facts. So when Abraham was born from Terah, he wasn't born circumcised in 8 days. That's why Paul said, circumcised in 8 days, Hebrew of the Hebrews, as touching the law, a Pharisee, zeal, blah, blah, blah. But none of that mattered because I was a sinner myself. The Mashiach explained to him. So the Messiah didn't die for your sins, dumbasses. He died for the two nations. He showed love to his brethren. He said, look, I will die for my brother from the northern kingdom. Because just like Abraham, they weren't keeping the commandments when they were born. And you're no better than them. Because I called Abraham alone and blessed him. And through his seed, we'll keep the laws once more. That's why he said, not as if you are all of Abraham's, but through thy seed of Isaac shall thy be called. This is why the Messiah died for the two kingdoms, to bring them together. Like, for example, if I hate my brother who did me wrong, and I see somebody that I love gives his life for him, and I'm like, I can't wrap my mind around that. And you see the willingness to die for your brethren. That's why the scripture said, love the Most High more than anything, and love your brother like you love yourself. That's constantly what he was saying. The two kingdoms split. Now, if he wanted the so-called Gentiles to come into the truth, why didn't he give them the law in the first place in the Old Testament? No, he didn't. That's why he constantly tells the Galatians, you need the schoolmaster. That's why he tells the Samaritan woman, or she says to him, our father Jacob, who gave us the well. He understood what was going on. He died for his brethren. And by him giving up his life and showing that I have no hate for my brethren, I have no hate for them, I'm willing to give my life for my brother. Yes, the same one that didn't keep the laws initially, because guess what? Neither did Abraham. Abraham didn't circumcise in 8 days, but he did circumcise himself later on in life. So that means Abraham took time to develop faith, to apply the works, because when he was 99 years old, that's when he circumcised. Y'all are not getting it, man. You don't see yourself in this book. You think it's just a fairy tale. You think, oh no, the white man did it. The white man brought it. It got to be fake. Nah, bro, you don't understand. You don't understand how heavy this is for you. I just showed you a picture in case you missed it, because I was, kind of talking about this. And here's what that word means, by the way. MESHIACHA, okay? It's from the book that I have here. I'm going to show you, and it brings him up 4 times. And you guys have just no clue, bro. Just no clue how beautiful that bloodline that's running through your veins, bro. You don't understand why it's so hard sometimes to live in this world, because I know that you want to do right. You want to raise your family right. You want to love your family right, but you just don't know how. You don't have the tools. It's all good, man. A lot of people ain't going to listen to this shit, and y'all can move on, bro. This channel ain't for you guys. Y'all can move on. I don't need you here. If this is a game to you, then you don't belong here. The word of the Mashiach in the original, Aramaic is biblical. It's a detailed biblical and historical account of the original message preached by Yeshu, which is not correct. MESHIACHA, as Jesus is known in the Aramaic language. Once again, in Aramaic, Christ is MESHIACHA, which means anointed with oil. Which reminds me, that's why when you are a new creature, you're like that wine bottle that's made out of leather. In order for you to get new wine in you, new wisdom, you have to be put in oil. Sit there for several months. In order for that vessel or that wine bottle, because it's made out of leather, in order for that leather to not be crushed like it does become, it has to be put in oil several months. And then once it's taken out of oil, it has to be beaten to find its elasticity again in order for you to use that wine bottle again to put new wine. That's why y'all are the MESHIACHAs, and you have that anointed oil in you. You just don't get it, do you? You think this is a game. Mariah, Yeshua, MESHIACHA. Come on, family. The word in Aramaic for Messiah is MESHIACHA, and it means anointed one. Look, I'm not even the only one saying it, bro. Listen to her.
Define a México con una sola palabra.
Es que me han venido 2. La primera, Dios. Es Dios del país, no sé cómo decirlo, es la esencia de Dios, está en todas partes, es muy potente esa fuerza. Y la segunda, que es el ombligo del mundo, el ombligo de la luna, perdóname, el ombligo de la luna es lo que me llegó lo primero, y lo es, ombligo de la luna.
¿Qué te ha dado México?
A mi madre, gracias a eso estoy yo aquí. Me ha dado a la persona, una de las personas que más amo en este momento, en el mundo, que es a mi pareja, que me ha enseñado y me ha enseñado México desde otro punto. Me ha dado paz, me ha dado claridad, me ha dado espiritualidad, me ha dado fe, me ha dado amigos, me ha dado trabajo, me ha dado sueños, me ha dado esperanza.
Man, y'all, you guys are good people, bro. You just been given the wrong tools. You guys are the real Semites. Don't let these people fool you, bro. These wobbles want to call you guys Canaanites and shit. That's their little theory. Well, I'm not going to go to sleep until I destroy your damn doctrine. Let's listen to this real quick.
These names and family stories have been killed. We even do this. I just lost it. I don't want to be politically correct. No, every human matters. Alice in Bethlehem matters. Yasmin, every single girl that is being killed, Maryam that is still surviving, and every day I check her father's Instagram to make sure that Maryam and her father and her brother are still alive and giving us that feed from Gaza. These people are not only equal, I'm done with being politically correct. We are more important. We are the indigenous people. These are the indigenous people. These are the Semites of the world. These are the people who are directly and genetically related to Jesus Christ. The ones that are being massacred by people coming from Poland and most recently from Brazil, from the United States of America. These people are invading Palestine, this holy land, and killing the indigenous people. And if you want to talk about racism, and if you want to talk about superiority and supremacy, I think people who have survived 76 years of all kinds of persecution, they are way more important than myself, George, and anybody who's been entitled and have dual passports and have been, spoiled all their lives. They are.
It's very true, family. So now the question is, what are you? So I think I showed you guys enough information because I'm about to finish real quick. I think I showed you guys enough information. Now I'm going to tell you, and I think you should know by now why these people want your shit. I know you probably think it's not valuable enough, but it is. And I'm telling you, they're going to come hard at you, man.
What was a slave ship?
They're already doing it, family. They're already using propaganda media, the boulets, the black nobility, these fucking damn, what do you call them? Kabbalah worshiping demons and shit. P. Diddy style. Because that's what they are, family. This is all Khazar black nobility concept here. This is what it is. Because you know what? Now I know that the Nation of Islam's involved in this shit too. All right. And they're the ones pushing this other agenda through these other Pan-Africanist channels. Because now they're saying that same shit. So as long as I'm alive, I'm going to remind you guys who the fuck you are. And you're not the people of this damn town over here. But you sure as hey, you're being seditious like the Bible says. You stole the land that didn't belong to you. Now you're trying to do the same shit here. And matter of fact, they're doing it in Palestine. Those people went over there in Palestine, told them that they're not the real people of that land, that they're the real people now. Aren't we getting the same shit from these two damn demons? The Khazars and these right here? Let's go, man.
Called it Christopher Columbus. Who funded that slave ship? Who paid for that boat?
You guys did. You Swarthy motherfuckers did.
Like, what was these folks' race? Like, what was their background?
Painting dates from shortly after Columbus died and features what's considered the first and most accurate portrait of the great explorer on the left. It's also thought to be the first painting of Indians done in Europe.
Guess this stupid ass gonna say that's him, right? Doesn't look nothing like him, but let's go.
A slave ship called that Christopher Columbus was on. Who funded that slave ship? Who paid for that boat? Like, what was these folks' race? Like, what was their background? African Americans, I have no education with that. Period. I don't. I'm not even connecting to that no more. Because that's a system. That's like connecting to say, hey, he's a bad guy. You don't hang with him. Well, hey, find out for myself. I'm not African American at all. My folks is not from Africa. And a lot of people in this room, folks ain't from Africa. Might be a couple, but people just don't understand. I ask my girl, like, yo, grandma, what's your background? She's like,
you see how stupid y'all look? You take a fucking picture. Like third grade shit. My baby girl does stuff like this. So I see a picture, I'm tan, oh shit, that may be me. As long as I'm alive, I'm gonna remind you motherfuckers who you are.
Redfoot and black-tailed Indian. What? Yeah, my mother was right there. We're 100% Indians. That's my other grandma. We got Cherokee in us, and European and Italian, a little bit.
Do your DNA, and I'll bet you 70% of you will be African and 30% of you will be white as hell. Bruh. Stop lying, man. We're tired of these games, bro. We're tired of this shit. Y'all push too much. That's it.
It's crazy. I'm like, what the fuck? That's why I don't go Africa. Y'all look at me funny. Like, think I'm African. Like, you're not, though. Like, you're not. 80% of slaves are already here as natives. It's crazy.
Hey, Deep, where you get that number from?
Don't know. Do you care? Americans now, that's what we're talking about.
I love America. I love this country. I fought for this country in the 96 Olympic Games. And I'm gonna be the first one to tell. I'll be the first one to tell anybody. I'm not an African American. I'm an American. I was born on American soil. But I did go back to the motherland, and I love it. And made millions
going back to the motherland. But I was born.
Hey, Culo Miadas can have any of this shit any day, and I know he won't ever touch it because he thinks he's really badass. But the fact is that I'll embarrass any Wabo, any BHI that wants to hit the link. That means anybody that believes in a stupid 12-type chart, I will debunk your ass. Fopi, hit the link. I'd love to talk to you stupid ass too. But you Wobbles, man, I got one for you today. And I'm going to continue until I take that spirit away. Just like I did it to Canaan, I'm going to do it to you. You're going to feel it. That's why you got, with that research guy, now he's all pissed and shit. I'm going to kill him, motherfucker. Oh, I didn't show you guys. I'm going to show you. I'm going to kill a Mexican. They're mad now because they can't debunk the shit that is factual. We're tired of your stupid ass little pictures and shit. We're not dumb like you, okay? We need more than pictures. Let's go.
One in America, and then it's no different from the. We're gonna go into the Floyd Mayweather mind. So when the Europeans came to the Native Americans, well, they like to call them Native Americans, but the Indians' land. We don't call them European Americans. So I don't want to be called an African American. I'm an American.
My grandmother was part Cherokee Choctaw Indian, part black. She hated everybody. And she taught all of her children and grandchildren to be racist, to hate.
Hey, Wobbles, stop being stupid. You cannot use the Bible and then go and say some dumb shit like that. If you say, my mama was Native, well, guess what? It's of the seed of the father, you dumbass. So if she was, which I believe she could have been because of the parte sequitur ventrum that black and white people passed, by the way. Don't get away from that shit, waka waka. It was you guys that passed these laws. And you took our women and raped them. If they were somehow through that line, fine. But your daddy was still black, meaning he was an African. So you will always be an African. You will never be a native. If your father wasn't a native, you will never be a native. Do you understand that? And you cannot use pictures. Show me the books that says y'all had woolly hair here. Don't go by copper color. They were black. That don't mean shit. We had light-skinned people here. How come you guys don't touch on that? No. Just show me black, blackity black, and that'll be good enough because I need to see black in order for me to feel good about myself. I'm going to show y'all who your own people are saying why you want to steal this heritage. Because you got nothing coming for you. And those are facts.
White people and to distrust black people.
Who does she love then?
Nobody.
We're already here. Okay, if that case, then I'm a fucking African then. No, I'm an African as hell, bro. I'm an African if that's the case. Show me your true colors, bro. You know what I'm saying? Because guess what? This brother's still dealing with this shit. This brother right here, he's still dealing with this right here. Right here, stop. I don't want to hear your shit no more. This brother's still dealing with this. And it started all because of this. You see, I thought white people were like just horrible and shit. You know what I'm saying? I honestly thought that, oh man, nah, bro. Nah. You so-called African Americans, y'all take the cake. You said you wanted these illegal aliens to come across the border to LA County to work. This is how y'all really feel. Let's go. As long as I'm alive, I'm going to rip that spirit from you. Let's go.
That you wanted these illegal aliens who coming across the border to come to LA County to work. Has opened the border. 8 million illegal aliens. We get factories and everything blown up every day. People wonder, this never happened before. Well, we're having all these explosions.
Want to say anything else?
Yeah, no wonder you get along with her. There's no such thing as illegal aliens on stolen land. You understand that? Don't be calling us illegal aliens. You bigot.
Now you're bothering a lady.
You bigot.
Come on, bro.
You bigot. You bigot. Calling us illegal aliens. We ain't illegal. You're on stolen land. We're on stolen land. We're indigenous to this land. We're indigenous. We're indigenous to this land. The majority of Mexicans are indigenous. Don't call us illegals. Siding with the oppressors. You're over here siding with the oppressors.
I just wanted to also address the comments of someone that said earlier that we are illegal aliens.
This is why this brother got arrested right here, because apparently some black folks got a little bit offended and shit. And like you guys like to do on YouTube, like you like to call us names, wetbags, bigs, spakes, beaners, all that shit. But as soon as we say something back, oh, YouTube, you need to block him. He's so offensive. Shut your ass up. Here, listen to your own gente. Your own people told you. This I don't even trust you. And matter of fact, I feel for this guy, man. Because you guys hear his hate. He's actually like, he's sad that he has to see this. I'm not saying it, he's saying it. Let's go. This is why I know this is not your heritage, but you're going to do everything possible to steal it, just like the Khazars are doing it. Y'all doing the same shit. Time to push back. Yo, IUIC, Sakari. What's the other camp? GMS. ISUPK with Captain Taserface. Bring your asses here. Show us that you're right. Let me know if I'm wrong. Hey, Wobbles, are you forgetting that it wasn't just white people that enslaved people here? Or are you going to really use your stupid doctrine that says black folks enslaved black folks, but we're the people of the Bible? Where does it say in the Bible that they will enslave themselves, the Israelites, and the end days? I'll wait.
Yeah, we either got to be killed or re-enslaved. I believe that with all my heart. When you look at black people today, there's nothing that can convince me we'll ever be great again. Oh, Lord. And the actions and the inactions of black people today, I don't see us being great again. I don't see us create no new inventions that'll put us back in the forefront of being creators and inventors. I don't see us being, I can't see it. I can't, with our value system, the things that we value, the things that we, man, homie, we value everything that's negative. And when you look on every social media platform, homie, where are black people building it? Where? Where?
They ain't building shit, but they're sure as hell love stealing stuff that's already been built and fought for and sweated for and died for and raped for and hung on trees for, just like y'all. There's no empathy in this channel here. We're done with that shit. Now, I didn't believe this, bro. I didn't believe this, but you know what? Let's hear it.
Listen, I am not Haitian.
Again, remember, listen to what I'm saying here. You guys are saying you are the natives in this land. You look like people from Africa. I do not understand how you and the Khazars can do this. The Khazars say they're not white people, and they look white. The Bible say they're not Africans, and they look African. Make that make sense to me. You're the only nation of people that are doing this. Let's continue.
But I am from the Caribbean. The Haitian immigrants.
This is, listen, I'm not, this is you. I'm telling you who you are. Quit trying to steal shit that don't belong to you. I already went through a plethora, a list of things that identify us of who we are, our food, our clothing, our music, our ways, our thinking, our basket weaving, just a lot of different things, right? And the Bible says that the Israelites did the same shit there. Stop it. This ain't yours, bro. This ain't yours.
Are indeed eating animals. Let me tell you something about these people. Not only are they harvesting cats for food, but also for witchcraft purposes, voodoo purposes. Understand this. If you don't want to take my word for it, go out there, meet a Haitian, talk to them about it. This is not something they aren't proud of. It's their culture. They eat these animals and they use the blood and bones of these animals for voodoo and witchcraft purposes. This is not a joke. The fact that they are here illegally, Kamala did say she gave them a temporary protection, over 100,000 of them. But here's the thing, for good luck purposes, they will harvest cats, they will will use the blood and the bone of these cats. They consume these things because they believe it brings good luck and good juju. This is not a joke. It's a fact. This is their culture. This is what they believe. They will die on a hill on this belief. Like I said, meet a Haitian, talk to them about it. This is not something I'm guessing. This is something I am telling you. I've had conversation with these people. I know of plenty of these people who, in Jamaica, where I am from, they have a great relationship with wrongdoers in Jamaica. These people they trade good, well, not mine, but our Jamaican good ganja for weed, for cocaina, and for pew-pews. And every single move they make, they perform their rituals, which they believe after these rituals, they will not get touched, they will not get caught by the police or by law enforcement, Coast Guard, the military, whatever. They have very well success rate when it comes to traveling by boat across the Jamaican-Haitian border. They do this damn near weekly. Like I said, this is not speculations from me. This is a fact. I am telling you, I know these people. I know what I'm talking about. I could even go into more details of the things they do when it comes to their rituals based off of stories that I've heard from them directly. But due to the sensitivity of TikTok, I'll leave that alone. But understand this, those ducks / geese / dogs / cats, they are going missing. They are eating them. They are harvesting their blood for witchcraft and voodoo purposes. I'm not capping. Do not come on here, white liberals and black liberals. Do not come on here and tell me that I'm capping or I'm talking bullshit or I don't know what I'm saying. This is stuff I personally have spoke with these people about, okay? This is pure knowledge. This is not speculations. And give it time, it will end up on your doorsteps. This is their culture, this is their belief, this is what they do regardless. Fresh out of Haiti, they're not Americanized. They are gonna practice what they know, hands down. And this is something, like I said, they are proud of. Okay, so you can locate one of them and talk to them yourself. And if an Americanized Haitian want to get up on under my comments and try to deny any of this, before you do that, talk to your meme and your grandma and your grandpepe who's been born and raised in Haiti, who know about this stuff, before you come and try to challenge me on anything. Okay, I'm spitting facts, point blank, period, no question. Okay, and like I always say, Trump that.
Interesting. Wobbles. Islams. Y'all fake bastards. I can't believe you guys really went there with us. Okay, let's go. Let's continue.
Elliot, I want you to watch this first clip.
To do it that way, then first you have to pay off the Native Americans, whose land we took and whose homes we took and whose people we killed in the millions.
No, they got paid. They got paid.
We'll have
and they have land.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, really?
They have land. They have reservations, and they also have economic.
Oh, yeah. And would you like to talk to me about reservations and what a wonderful payment that is? Would you like to be on a reservation? Would you be willing to, would all the black people in this country be willing to take a reservation?
That's what the Nation of Islam was asking for.
Well, was that a smart thing to do? I don't think it was.
Do
you think it was a really comfortable place to be?
You know what the white lady's talking about is because the drug addiction, and matter of fact, fentanyl or oxycodone was a big proponent, or it was provided a lot in these tribal regions. That's why there was such a high addiction rate. The Medicare service, it's like government run. It's like Medi-Cal shit. You know what I'm saying? It's not real good Medicare. They get a lot of supposedly benefits, but it's medical benefits. And the majority of our native brothers are literally at a high addiction rate. So that's why they isolated them then and kept them there, kept them drugged and high and drunk. That's what she's like, you guys really want that? Because the white man has that plan. But let's go. You guys just don't realize, bro, you guys been working together for quite some time. I'm gonna show you a video that shows that you just love each other.
The way that they were living, no, I wouldn't live like that.
Oh, well, okay, but
that's some racist shit right there, Mr. African. The way they live, I wouldn't live like that. What do you mean? How do they live? What are you trying to say? They live like a third world type of people? Let's go.
But the whole planet is a prison for black people. So like it can't get any worse for black people. So you can't. I'm not gonna look at somebody else and say, oh shoot, like I don't want my own land. I don't want a shot at that. I would never say that. A black person is not gonna say I don't want to have a chance to create my own civilization and my own society. Everybody wants that chance, and everybody deserves that chance. And black people deserve reparations in the form of.
See how she acted. Well,
Black people don't deserve reparations. I'll be the first one to say it. I know you heard it before, but you know why? Because you motherfuckers were conquistadors. You guys had slaves. You enslaved your own people. You enslaved white people. You enslaved natives as well. Why don't you admit that shit, man? Why do you guys like to lie? You want so much empathy. Y'all were enslaving people too, and you're proud of it. You go off and show these historical books on. Matter of fact, that I got them. Oh, we ruled Europe. We had the white man. Oh, but we want reparations. Hold on. We enslaved the white man. We got everybody under control, but we want reparations. Let's go.
Me school, the so-called school teacher.
Oh, hold on.
Now,
hold on. Let not the fake hair fall off your head, though, by the way. Anyways, look, I want to say something. She says, supposedly she wants to school this white lady, right? And then here we go right here. Pan-Africanists, what do they go and say? Again, it's that black boule shit. I'm telling you, family, that black nobility crap. They're all fake Jews too. Trust me and believe. Trust me and believe. They're all Kappa Gamma, all that shit, all connected. Okay? So they are in cahoots with the Nation of Islam. That other video I showed you with that woman that's like, oh, and you guys are natives too. And you guys had some spotpox and they were friends, but they came with war. So now we got some Pan-Africanists now, supposed to Mama Africa people. Now she's saying that people that look like her with fake ass hair, okay, from India, by the way, are natives here. Check it.
In session, Professor Vicky Dillard is the instructor. Miss Jane Elliott, did you know that there were certain
fake hair
so-called Indian tribes? By the way, the original natives were black-skinned natives. Y'all do understand it. You do understand that some of our people were actually already owners in here in what you call the United States of America, and some of our people were snatched and enslaved from the continent of Africa. You do know that, right?
You see this, right? I'm saying, you see what the fuck I'm talking about here? Okay, so they brought Africans that look like you from Africa, and then they had Africans here that were here. But then you're not saying that Europeans were black or Swarti. So you had Africans in Africa, you had Africans here. How the fuck you guys get here? And if you were so civilized because you were here, how the hell do you let these Neanderthals, what you call them, and us too, like get one over you? Oh, did that hurt your feelings, bro? I know it does. Man, I love it, bro. I see some people and then they leave. Whatever, bro. Let's go. It's all good, man. Let's go. I'm almost done.
Just want to clear that up. But in addition to all of that, Miss Jane Elliott, does she not know and understand that some of the natives were actually slave holders? Miss Jane.
How convenient. So you do acknowledge that natives supposedly had slaves, but you black asses don't acknowledge that you guys had black slaves and white slaves and brown slaves. You don't acknowledge that, do you? You guys are a pathetic individual nation, bro. You make me sad. Now I know why Charleston White says the shit that he says. Now I know why he's disappointed at his own people.
Elliott, did you know that the U.S. government years ago entered into certain contracts with several of the tribes, paid them money to release some of their slaves and to pay some of the slaves, and some of the Indian tribes, not only did they not release the slaves in the time that they
I think that Indian hair is too heavy for her head.
promised the government that they would, but they kept the money that they were supposed to pay us. Did you know that some of the Indians are the ones that helped to chase runaway slaves and drag them back?
Oh, really? Oh, did you know about the buffalo soldiers? Oh, that's gonna hurt. That they were killing the actual buffaloes to kill the native food? Did you know that? Or did that happen to fucking disappear because of all that thick ass fake hair you have in your head? Let's continue.
To the plantation? Did you know recent history that some of the Indian tribes objected to black folks receiving some of the payouts, where there was a provision in some of the treaties where black folks that look like me are supposed to be entitled to some of the tangible benefits that's in some of those treaties? This is the reason why the great Dr. Claude Anderson literally spent hundreds of thousands of dollars of his own very black dollars in court to fight for some of those legal treaty tangible benefits. Did you all know that? And the nerve to say that we don't get tangible benefits.
So when does this guy stop being black? So-called.
OG bringing you that hidden truth, because LeBron James and Jesse Jackson will not give it to you like this, you see. Mr. Spook Lee will never make movies about this, and I wonder why. So I'm here learning about the Buffalo Soldiers, Geronimo, and the Wounded Knee Massacre. And I must say, the more I learn about these Black Americans and their history, the more I understand why things are happening the way they are now in the USA. Just look at the type of things these people were doing to the Native Americans, all the while crying about, the Black Wall Street Massacre, the Rosewood Massacre, boo-hoo-hoo, But look at the nonsense they were doing to the Native Americans. They will not tell you that these Black Americans massacred over 200 innocent men, women, and children for absolutely no reason. And they are here proud afterwards. To make matters even worse, these Black Americans have the nerve to claim to be the Native Americans in year 2023. What these Black Americans did to the natives is equivalent to going up to a person that you see choking, and then you sneak up behind them and you proceed to strangle them. You see, that is pure evil right there. And there's no way you can get out of this. You cannot play the blame the white man card on this at all. You see? All I know is I will say this and I will end this vid, because if I keep talking, these Black Americans are going to report, because they cannot handle the funk. But I know that if it was us Ethiopians that these Black Americans did this to, and then have the nerve to try to claim your identity, a lot of these Black Americans, they live in homes.
I don't understand this. The guy looks like a fucking white guy, but yet he's black. Yo, did you see what I'm saying, fam? You see what I mean? It's just unbelievable, bro. But again, I'm almost done. I'm kind of tired of listening to her, to be honest with you, because I know I've offended a lot of people tonight, and I don't care.
I think they're competing with the J. Cole's and the Kendrick.
I played this guy's song earlier, And this is why that shit ain't gonna fly no more. All right? And I'm gonna call your ass out too. What's your fucking name? Search whatever your name is. Let's see how real you are.
I think they're competing with the J. Cole's and the Kendrick.
See, that's where you're losing me.
What about what he's saying? Like, I appreciate the comparison. I think we're in our own world, even though that's what we aim for.
Definitely another world.
But what's so funny about that? Like,
Are you the only person that talks in the group, or does he talk?
He's probably gonna punch you. That's the fucking thing.
I'm the podcaster guy. Why you gotta get this? Because I don't.
Nah, we don't need to do all that.
I don't think you're J. Cole. Nah, you gotta.
It's not that. It's not that. You've been disrespectful the whole fucking time.
I've seen some of y'all videos, bro. You be having braids.
I mean,
where are you getting that from? And you don't even do it, bro. You be having braids.
I mean,
where are you getting that from? And you don't even do that.
Hey, bro, fucking answer yourself, bro.
I'm just saying, like, bro,
don't get disrespectful.
Fine hair. You're not the culture.
Fine hair? Nah, man, this
hair.
ain't no fine hair. This is fucking Native American shit.
If it ain't for you, cool. You don't. I'm saying it's not for a lot of people. It's not. I'm not just saying.
I disagree.
Because all the music y'all make is like some Yo Keto Taco Bell.
I disagree.
Because all the music y'all make is like some Yo Keto Taco Bell.
See what I'm saying, bro? But then if we say, yo, the music you made, some watermelon chicken butt stinking fucking nappy shit. That sounds racist as fuck. But no, when negros say it, it's totally fine, right? When is this going to end? Or when can we, like, yo, stop? You know what I'm saying? But anyway, let's continue. Let's go. So you want attention? Hey, research guy, you got it.
I just don't fuck with it.
Name one song that's like that.
Can't relate to it. It's like our culture. How can I?
Can you relate to it?
I mean,
you think white suburban kids was related to Kodak Black? You think they were related to NWA when they came out? It doesn't matter if somebody speaking
but
from
y'all
an
not
authentic
NWA.
place.
Y'all not.
We're hip hop. We're MWA.
From an authentic place.
We're being real, bro. Y'all make like fucking like Beaner music.
Hey, boy. Hey, yo.
We're MWA.
From an authentic place.
We're being real, bro. Y'all make like fucking like Beaner music. Y'all make like fucking like Beaner music. Y'all make like fucking like Beaner music.
What was the shit that Nate the Snake said? Wetbacks. So if we say y'all make like nigger music, that's fine. Is that okay or no? Oh, I get you're gonna get offended. This is okay. Yeah, apparently it is okay for them. Apparently it is okay. Yeah, but when they get all emotional and shit when you want to bring some facts. You guys are all mad now because you're not the people of the Bible. And you want to attack people. What a sad case. Sad case of a race. I got a message for y'all. I hope that it relates to, and again, this is not about politics. This is about the message. See, our people, we always care about our gente. Our people always care about our gente. We always care about those that need the most help. Because we understand that sometimes we just have certain gifts that others can't. And that doesn't mean we're better than the other people. It just means that we just had an advantage. So then we need to be humble about it and help the brother out. Because somebody's better than me at something else. And this is what Hebrews do. We look out for each other. Family, I love y'all, man. I'm being sincere. That's why I keep doing what I do. You know what I'm saying? That's all I do. I keep doing what I do because I care about my gente. That's it. I'm not trying to be rich. I'm not trying to make money for nobody. People ask me, why do I do what I do? I don't know. I just do it. It's like boxing. I love boxing. Put me in the ring. I mean, not at my age anymore, because I'm a little older. But when I was younger, bro, put me in the ring and man, fucking, I loved it. Oh, I love the punching part, the fighting, the whole, it's just amazing. I think boxing's such a beautiful art of a sport because it's not about hurting somebody or destroying them. It's about how good you are and how you can scientifically physically and spiritually beat the other person. So I take my boxing, spirit into this world of the scriptures. So that's why I fight every day. This message is to my gente and to all you other nations that don't understand who the hell we are, because this is how we think. You see, that's why even though I had such a problematic background, I don't bring my chaos to my children. My children have no idea the kind of man I was. All they know is my dad loves me, and they're good kids. They honor the Most High. They respect themselves. And again, hey, listen, man, when you're a crooked tree, you're going to bring bad fruit. But if you're a good tree, you're going to bring forth good fruit. I'm very proud of my kids. I'm very proud of my daughters because they keep the commandments. Even my daughter at 21, she's keeping the commandments. She ain't hoeing around, man. You know what I'm saying? And that says a lot about who we are, according to the Bible. Not because somebody told you at the pedestal and because they say you have to have woolly hair. Give me a break. Wake the hell up, family. This is your book. Sorry, I was on mute. Listen, I'm not into politics. I just want to say that the Bible says very clearly, you love your brethren as you love yourself. That's one of the commandments that the Most High said. Love him the most and then love your brethren as you love yourself, meaning because the Most High dwelleth in you. So if you love the Most High, then you would love your brethren because you would see yourself in your brethren because the Most High dwelleth in you. You see the message? Wake up, family. Y'all the real Hebrews of the Bible. Let's go, man. Y'all have a good night. And to all you chihuihuis.
Fuck that puto. Fuck that puto.
And for the other ones that show up and then randomly go, you're in our way, bro. Have a good night.
¿Qué está pasando en nuestro mundo? Que en tan solo 2 años el gasto en armas creció casi el triple que la economía mundial. ¿Cómo es que la economía de la destrucción alcanzó un gasto de más de 2.4 billones de dólares? ¿Cómo es que 700 millones de personas en el mundo aún viven por debajo de la línea de pobreza? Resulta absurdo, sin sentido, que haya más gasto en armas que para atender la pobreza o el cambio climático. Reduciríamos la migración, el hambre, si tan solo elevamos la palabra amor por encima del odio, la generosidad de la persona humilde y desposeída por encima de la avaricia y el deseo de dominación. Me niego a pensar que somos capaces de crear la inteligencia artificial e incapaces de dar la mano al que se quedó atrás. Vengo a nombre de un pueblo generoso, solidario y sabio, a hacer un llamado a las grandes naciones a construir y no a destruir, a forjar la paz, la fraternidad y la igualdad. Llámenos idealistas, pero lo prefiero a ser conformistas. Hace apenas 6 semanas tuve el gran honor de convertirme en la mera mujer presidenta de mi país. Y no llegué sola. Llegamos las campesinas, las migrantes, las obreras, las profesionistas, nuestras abuelas, nuestras hijas y nuestras nietas. Llegamos todas las mujeres mexicanas. Pertenezco a una generación que luchó contra la represión, el autoritarismo, por la justicia social y la democracia, y provengo de un grandioso pueblo que decidió fundar por la vía pacífica una nueva historia para mi patria. Desde que inició nuestro proyecto político en el año 2018, México está construyendo un nuevo rumbo, que tiene sus cimientos en nuestra memoria, la de los pueblos originarios que forjaron civilizaciones gloriosas mucho antes de la invasión española, y a la fecunda historia política de un pueblo con héroes y heroínas extraordinarios que forjaron un país libre, independiente y soberano. A nuestro pensamiento le llamamos el humanismo mexicano y a nuestro modelo la economía moral. Quedó atrás el dogma de fe neoliberal, de que el mercado resolvía todo. Quedó demostrado que era absurda la teoría de que regando arriba gotearía abajo. Superamos todos los días la etapa de la oprobiosa corrupción y hemos logrado separar el poder económico del poder político. Quedó en el pasado el desprecio por el pueblo y hoy se edifica con democracia e igualdad una nueva era que tiene como base la máxima de la prosperidad compartida, o dicho de forma llana, por el bien de todos, primero los pobres. Gracias a ello, México es de los países de la OCDE menos endeudados, con menor tasa de desempleo. El salario mínimo aumentó al doble en 5 años. Se fortalece la educación y la salud pública como derechos, y el 80% de las familias recibe un apoyo de manera directa. Estamos en el récord histórico de inversión extranjera directa y reservas del Banco de México. Se construyen trenes, carreteras, puertos, aeropuertos. La pobreza se redujo en más de 9 millones de personas y disminuyen las desigualdades. Hay democracia, libertades, pluralidad y derecho a disentir. Se fortalecen las instituciones de seguridad, de justicia y se construye paz. Uno de los programas más ambiciosos que hoy quiero proponerles lleva el nombre de Sembrando Vida. Consiste en dar a las familias pobres del campo un jornal, capacitación técnica para sembrar árboles maderables y frutales, así como otros cultivos. Nosotros destinamos cada año $1,700 millones para apoyar a 439,000 familias en México y 40,000 en Guatemala, Honduras y El Salvador. En 6 años se han reforestado con la siembra de 1,100 millones de árboles, más de 1 millón de hectáreas, lo cual equivale a capturar anualmente 30 millones de toneladas de CO2. La propuesta es establecer un fondo para destinar el 1% del gasto militar de nuestros países para llevar a cabo el programa de reforestación más grande de la historia. Significaría liberar unos $24,000 millones al año, 12 veces lo que ya destina México, para apoyar a 6 millones de sembradores de árboles que reforestarían 15 millones de hectáreas, algo así como 4 veces la superficie de Dinamarca, toda la superficie de Guatemala, Belice y El Salvador juntos. Con ello, ayudaríamos a mitigar el calentamiento global y restauraríamos el tejido social, ayudando a las comunidades a salir de la pobreza. La propuesta es dejar de sembrar guerras, sembremos paz y sembremos vida.
All right, fam. I hope you guys appreciate that message. That's all I got for you, man. And you're right. The meek will inherit the kingdom. Very true. Have a good night. You guys rest well. Remember what I showed y'all today. You don't have to go to Deuteronomy 28 to prove that you're the people of the book. You can simply look into what you live with every single day, and you'll find out that you are the people of the book. Listen to this real quick and then play some music. I'll probably run for about maybe 20 minutes of music, and then that's it. All right? Have a good night. Shalom.
estamos aquí. Desde hace rato, cuando ustedes llegaron, ya estaban las huellas de nuestros zapatos. Se robaron hasta la comida de gato y todavía se están lamiendo el plato. Bien encabronados con estos ingratos. Hoy le doy duro a los tambores hasta que me acusen de maltrato. Si no entiendes el dato, pues te lo tiro en cumbia, bossa nova, tango o vallenato. A los Calaboy y bambú, bien frontú, con sangre caliente como Timbuktu. Estamos dentro del menú. Tupac se llama Tupac por Tupac Amaru del Perú. América no es solo USA, papá. Esto es desde Tierra del Fuego hasta Canadá. Hay que ser bien bruto, bien hueco. Es como decir que África es solo Marruecos. Estos canallas se les olvidó que el calendario que usan se lo inventaron los mayas con la Valdivia precolombina. Desde hace tiempo este continente camina, pero ni con toda la marina pueden sacar de la vitrina la peste campesina. Esto va para el capataz de la empresa. El machete no es solo para cortar caña, también es para cortar cabeza.
Aquí estamos, siempre estamos, no nos fuimos, no nos vamos. Aquí estamos pa' que te recuerde. Si quieres mi machete te muerde. Aquí estamos, siempre estamos, no nos fuimos, no nos vamos. Aquí estamos pa' que te recuerde. Si quieres mi machete te muerde. 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 Te muerde, te muerde.
Los paramilitares, las guerrillas, los hijos del conflicto, las pandillas, las listas negras, los falsos positivos, los periodistas asesinados, los desaparecidos, los narcogobiernos, todos los que robaron, los que se manifiestan y los que se olvidaron, las persecuciones, los golpes de estado, el país en quiebra, los exiliados, el peso devaluado, el tráfico de droga, los carteles, las invasiones, los emigrantes sin papeles, 5 presidentes en 11 días, disparo a quemarropa por parte de la policía, más de 100 años de tortura, la nova trova cantando en plena dictadura. Somos la sangre que sopla la presión atmosférica. Gambino, mi hermano, esto sí es América.
Aquí estamos, siempre estamos, no nos fuimos, no nos vamos. Aquí estamos pa' que te recuerde. Si quieres mi machete te muerde. Aquí estamos, siempre estamos, no nos fuimos, no nos vamos. Aquí estamos pa' que te recuerde. Si quieres mi machete te muerde. 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 Te muerde, te muerde.
Qué pedazo de leyendas.
Bueno, ya tú sabes. Pero fue una época.
Pon la música porque si no, morimos.
1, 2, 3 y...
Se está quejando porque no puede vacilar. Si donde quiera que se meten, donde quiera que se esconda, su gata lo va a buscar. De noche brinca la verja que está viajando. A ver, a ver, a ver, a ver. Si puede esconderse sin que ya lo vaya a ver, y no tan pronto está de fiesta silvestre feliz. a correr. Esto sí es serio, mi amigo. Oye, qué lío, pero qué lío se va a formar cuando mi gatico sepa que es tan simple la razón de que a su gata le dice, de que a su gata le cuenta. No es nada más que un ratón, un ratón. De cualquier malla sale un ratón, oye, de cualquier malla. Mi gato se está quedando. De cualquier malla sale un ratón, oye, de cualquier malla. Porque no puede vacilar. De cualquier malla sale un ratón, oye, de cualquier malla. De noche brinca la verja. De cualquier malla sale un ratón, oye, de cualquier malla. Y al final te atrapará. Hey, Santana. Hey, Santana. Hey, Santana. Hey, Santana. Hey, Santana. Hey, Santana. Échale semilla a la maraca pa' que suene chac, 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 chac. Échale semilla a la maraca pa' que suene. Échale semilla a la maraca pa' que suene chac, 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 chac. De noche brinca la verja. Está ahí en el patio de atrás. Y las maracas van sonando. Que no paren de sonar. De cualquier malla sale un ratón. Come on, Rick.
This is the music I do it forever, never, nego. This is Q in the studio. Q nego no microphone. Sergio Maya, Paquito, son. Blessing for the world, nego. I write them. Take reggae music soul, yeah. In a Babylon, Lord, Lord, Lord. I know where you're sitting, nego.
Brilla mi vida como el sol lo hace en el mar. Se mantiene encendida como luz de mi cantar. Son promesas prohibidas las que me van a dañar. Pues mintiendo algún día todo se puede acabar. Y entonces, ¿qué queda de verdad? Mil voces que nos hablan de humildad. Después de tanto tiempo con heridas en el alma, vendí mi soledad para por fin hallar la calma. Bendito todo aquel que con amor destruye el arma del humano radical que de mentira llena el karma. Aquí sigo yo cantando, bailando y sabiendo qué debo de hacer. Aquí sigo yo llorando y riendo por dentro a la misma vez. Aquí sigo yo cantando, bailando y sabiendo qué debo de hacer. Aquí sigo yo llorando y riendo por dentro a la misma vez. A la misma vez. Black sound, black woman, black sound. sufrimiento y perdición. Se llevan al malo por malvada intención. Que todas tus noches se llenen con mi canción, de gritos al alba y desnuda situación. Habla con el tiempo y dile que lo ves pasar, que todos los momentos los debes de recordar. Sean buenos, sean malos, todo tuvo que llegar, mas nunca hubo tiempo que debiera malgastar. Alright, this is the music out there, my family. Original and fresh, forever and ever. Babylon, more fire. Sing it. Siempre fieles a lo nuestro. Música del alma. Around the world. Hey, hey, oh, hey, hey. Black soul, black woman, black soul. Black soul, black woman, Kion, my brother. Alright.
El corazón no se juega. ¡Hey! Un escasa razón. Esta feta, la maldita, e inspector. Cielo, cielo, cielo. ¿Cómo?
Mujer, ¿por qué me hiciste este mal?
Tanto mal
que tuve que olvidar lo que se siente en la mar.
Creo por casualidad, hoy que te vuelvo a encontrar, no siento nada por ti. Nada.
Ha pasado tanto tiempo, he esperado tanto tiempo, he pensado tanto tiempo, he perdido,
Cielo, cielo, cielo.
ya no recuerdo tus caricias, ni tu cuerpo junto al mío. Ya no recuerdo de tus besos, mujer, mi corazón está vacío.
¡Hey! Mujer, te tengo que confesar de lo que pude aclarar. contigo no fui feliz, no lo fui. Ha pasado tanto tiempo, he esperado tanto tiempo, he pensado tanto tiempo, he perdido. ¿Por qué, mujer? Me hiciste este mal. Amnesia. No acuerdo, no acuerdo. No acuerdo, no acuerdo. Amnesia. No acuerdo, no acuerdo nada. Sigo. El ritmo del inspector. Ese sí no se olvida. Sigo. Ya no recuerdo tus caricias, ni tu cuerpo junto al mío. Ya no recuerdo tus besos, mujer, mi corazón está vacío. Ya no hay recuerdo de mi vida, ya no recuerdo ni quién soy. Ya no recuerdo la maldita caray, a cafeta o a inspector.
Deja que salga la luna, deja que se meta el sol, deja que caiga la noche, pa' que empiece nuestro amor. Deja que las estrellitas me llenen de inspiración para decirte cositas muy bonitas, corazón. Yo sé que no hay en el mundo amor como el que me das, y sé que noche con noche va creciendo más y más. Y sé que noche con noche va creciendo más y más. Cuando estoy entre tus brazos, siempre me pregunto yo, ¿cuánto me debía el destino que contigo me pagó? Por eso es que ya mi vida toda te la entrego a ti, tú que me diste en un beso lo que nunca te pedí. Yo sé que no hay en el mundo amor como el que me das, y sé que noche con noche va creciendo más y más. Y sé que noche con noche va creciendo más y más. Deja que salga la luna.
hermosa, qué linda eres. Qué bonitos ojos tiene debajo de esas dos cejas, debajo de esas dos cejas. Qué bonitos ojos tiene. Ellos me quieren mirar, pero si tú no los dejas, pero si tú no los dejas, ni siquiera parpadear. Malagueña salerosa, besar tus labios quisiera, besar tus labios quisiera, malagueña salerosa, y decirte, niña hermosa, eres linda y hechicera, eres linda y hechicera como el candor de una rosa. Oh, yeah. Opa.
Así mero, Miguel.
Con tus ojos me anunciabas que me amabas tiernamente, que me amabas tiernamente. Con tus ojos me anunciabas, ingrata me traicionabas cuando de ti estaba ausente, cuando de ti estaba ausente, de mi pasión te burlabas. Malagueña salerosa, besar tus labios quisiera, besar tus labios quisiera, malagueña salerosa, y decirte, niña hermosa, eres linda y hechicera, eres linda y hechicera como el candor de una rosa, como el candor de una rosa.
Across the block, Kahe Belaja, where I get my chala. Who
Reporting live from the universe, it's the First Nations MC. You could do the search, who been through the worst, surviving genocide, fighting for a better life. They try to set aside the true history and keep us mystical. They say they founded this country on biblical principles. It's so cynical, but I'm an analyst. It's murderous, they refer to us as merciless Indian savages. Now that's written in the Declaration of Independence, that's no kidding. Hey, open up your heart and let love lead the way. Light your path with the words that I speak today. Let the lessons flow, arrive and bless your soul. Systematic racism alive, intentional. Know better, do better, it's the motto. It's the good medicine, the hard pill to swallow. Know better, do better, it's the motto. It's the good medicine, the hard pill to swallow.
His daily life was filled with ceremony, and every act had some significance. The Indians believed in the spiritual, the mysterious.
Ical, hijo, abre los ojos. Tu cuerpo se queda con nosotros, pero tu espíritu debe seguir. Busca la luz. Aléjate de las sombras. Deja que nuestro dolor sea tu fuerza. Desde aquí iluminamos tu camino. Lucha como nosotros ante esta pena tan grande. Yo soy tú. Tú eres yo. La muerte que hoy nos separa, mañana volverá a unirnos. Eres libre, hijo.